All right. All right. Are we here? We live? Oh, we live. Let me double check. You know, we gotta always double check. Gotta double check if we live out here, man. I know it says that we live, but always gotta double check. Always gotta double check. All right, we are live. We are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, 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 welcome to episode 15, 16 of Hotep History Live with your host, President Hotep Dubes. How are you guys doing this evening? I hope you guys have been wonderfully well. I said that I was going to be more consistent at this, and I am sticking to that. I really appreciate you guys for tapping in, watching my streams. Make sure you guys go ahead and over to patreon.com/Hotep History. Get a bunch of exclusive content. This stuff will be on there. We have a book club, another book coming. Booker T. Washington, Working with the Hands. Working with the Hands. That will be, since we're already at the end of July, we will start that at the top of August. So get ready for that. Um, I got a couple interviews that I'm going to be uploading. One from my man Lade that I did a little while back on Spaces, and one coming up with my man Val. So, and then I'm doing a Spaces on Sunday. So, you know, big things are happening, good things are happening. I hope everybody has had a prosperous day so far, prosperous week so far. All right, so let's get the people in here, get them in here. All right, Vincent, what's going on, brother? I got a very unorthodox way of doing this stuff. I ain't gonna lie. I did say that I was going to make sure that I did better at marketing and stuff like that. Cause that is something that I like I'm actually capable of doing. But I ain't gonna lie to you, y'all. Like I just like coming up here and just getting my thoughts off and being able to rant to you guys and talk to you guys and have conversations about particular things, you know. So I'll focus on the clips and making sure that I, you know, market this properly. However, I am more just focused on the art of streaming at this point. So I hope everybody has been doing well. Um, so recently we have been talking about drawing cultural and social lines in the sand. I believe it's important. I believe that we are and have always been, to be totally honest, but in our lifetime, in our generation, we are faced with some particular issues, and they're largely cultural, they're largely social, political as well, economic as well. But you already know how I feel about or how I view culture, and I do think that that will dictate a lot of the other factions or categories of Black American life. That's just how I view things. And when I say drawing the line in the sand, this is something that I did over a decade ago. We talked about, you know, not being able to save everyone, everybody can't go. And, you know, I believe that. I do. And this has always been a thing in Black America. Whenever I go back and I look in the archives, I'm reading these history books and stuff like that, something that has been consistent and clear to me in my studies is that there always has been an element that were successful and an element that was unsuccessful. The haves and the have-nots. You know, however you want to dichotomize, you know, the experience. It's always been two different sides, and fortunately, unfortunately, because fortunately, because you have the autonomy and agency to make the decisions of whether or not you're going to do right or wrong. But unfortunately, because now, especially in the 21st century, the people that are not prone to success, Just keeping it honest. The people that are not prone to have delayed gratitude, or excuse me, delayed gratification, or being able to have foresight and forethought and being able to think 5, 10, 15 years down the line. To people who will take intention in their success, you have to understand that that's always been a part of life, period. But since we're talking about the black American context, in black America, there's always been people who did not want to rise above their current circumstance, no matter what. We've given different instances and examples all throughout history. We uncovered a story of a slave who essentially returned back to slavery because they did not want to be free. They did not want to handle or have the responsibility of what it meant to be a freeman. And so I am not as emotionally tied to particular outcomes for people, even though we share a community or share a race or share, similar backgrounds, man. Like, in all of these different instances, you have to account for people's personal choices. And I stand on that. I'm not ever going to say that external factors don't ever play a part in one's life. But what I will say is that the internal factors in one's life is always going to be more important. Unless you are actively and physically being forced to do or not do something, the choices that you make on a day-to-day basis are going to show themselves in your life. So every day that you continue to eat terribly and to have poor hygiene or poor diet or poor activity, you dig what I'm saying? Yeah, Vincent sold him. He didn't sell himself back into slavery, but and I can actually find that for you while I'm talking. But there's always going to be a group of people who just choose not to do what's best for them, and they're content in the lives that they are living. And we can place all of the blame on external parties, white people, the government, racism, white supremacy. You can go down the list of these things. And in any different interval, they may be valid or not. However, again, you still have to stand on the decisions that you make on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of people, as far as my community is concerned, because people get to talking and arguing like, well, white people do it too. And I'm like, yo, yeah, most white people are poor. You feel me? Like, that just because white people do it too is never a reason for why things should be acceptable. But that goes into my whole philosophy that these people actually hold white people to a higher regard and a higher standard simultaneously, and we'll get into that tonight as well. But I'm letting y'all know we ranting tonight. I wanted to show y'all my diversity of thought and showing you things that I actually appreciate. And I hope you guys followed all of the people that we shouted out in the last stream. Maj, King Randall, Simone Bees, etc., etc. Shout out to them. But today, I'm feeling a little ranty this evening. So we gonna get some rants off tonight. And the reason why this ties back into history is because y'all never hear about the black millionaires of the 19th century, the early 20th century. You don't. You only hear about the impoverished people. So when it comes down to personal choices, it's extracted from black America as far as the zeitgeist is concerned. Black people didn't know no better. They didn't have the wherewithal, the know-how, the diligence, the perseverance and resilience to be able to make things happen. And this is, of course, not absolving, highways, being constructed through black neighborhoods and, different type of infrastructural or institutional barriers that were created, for sure. But you have to understand, y'all, in lieu of all of these different barriers, it only galvanized, it only fueled black Americans to do for self even more. Not to say that you needed this for black Americans to do for self, but it did give even more incentive to be like, oh yeah, we can't rely on anybody but ourselves. So when it came down to group economics, it was a no-brainer. It was a no-brainer, and that is the reason why I say what I say. It's impossible for me to hear and read of all of these different amazing things that the ancestors did, in the ways that they did it, in the face of all of the things that was going on politically, infrastructurally, institutionally during these times, governmentally. And then when we're looking in the 21st century capacity, I do not hold my contemporaries to that same standard. It's not white people that did it, yo. White people didn't create these ideologies that I have. It was only black people. And I think that's what really gets me. The thing that really bothers me is that when it comes down to, and it's just as recent as a few minutes ago, I could tell you, I could show you, just so y'all know I'm not bullshit. Like, look at my mentions. It doesn't come from white people, but you'll have people that will swear that it is, right? Look, this random person said, because I said all of the social and cultural problems black Americans have is because y'all either don't know your history or have no respect for it. You can't maintain a relationship, a job, your children, or your life because you thought you knew better than the people who came before you. And in response to what I just said there, somebody called me, well, somebody said that I sound like a white bitch. One, again, this is more the same garbage that I've been dealing with for the past decade and some change. But again, when it comes down to actually having black pride based upon the black American ethos, you'll have contemporary people, a lot of black people mainly, telling you that you sound white. And the irony in that is not lost on me, son. Like, it's actually cruel irony, because how far have we gotten to where thinking that preserving our history, actually having reverence for people who came before us, is somehow white? This goes back to the tweet of the guy saying being civilized is a structure of a construct of white supremacy. It's like, where does it end? Well, I know when, but why is it that it's so easily acceptable for these people to consider doing all of the most backwards things that has, clearly resulted in a bunch of garbage, right? Be what is considered apologetically black. And if you ask me, it is because most of these behaviors don't come with any accountability. They don't come with any responsibility. They put all of the onus and responsibility and work on the shoulders of somebody else, mainly the government, white people. And that is because they inherently have bought into the idea that white people are inherently superior to them. When you walk around with that type of ideology, you can make excuses for any and everything. And what I'm here to say is that the garbage, it's been around, okay? It's been around since the beginning. However, it was always a small group of people. And what we are seeing is the pool of people who would be considered, pretty much traitors to the race. That's how they would describe it back then. These are the people that are now becoming the voices of black America. The people that would have been called traitors 100 years ago, 150 years ago, are now the thought leaders of black America. The ideologies, the practices, the behaviors, the beliefs, the morals, the ethics, and all the stuff that I talk about when it comes to the ethos, all of these things in execution will be considered anti-black. If a bunch of white people came into the community and told you that, you need to twerk in restaurants, you need to have brawls in public spaces and events, you need to focus on killing as many other black people as possible, You need to focus on terrible eating habits. If you need to focus on breaking up the Black American nuclear family, you need to focus on being as unruly and uncivilized as possible in the name of it being considered authentically black. Y'all would, me included, would call that some form of white supremacy. But now it's the opposite. It's the complete opposite. If a black man comes into the community and says, "Hey, yo, we need to start eating better. We need to be more active and working out every day and focusing on our fitness and our health. We need to be, increasing our literacy rates. We need to make sure that we're owning our own industries and making sure that we're self-sufficient economically. We need to make sure that we're civically engaged and making sure that we're voting for our self-interest and holding politicians accountable for the things that they promise us during campaigns. We need to emphasize on community. We need to emphasize on shaming degeneracy. We need to emphasize, all of the things that would be fruitful. Now, that person today is considered an Uncle Tom. And this is how I know this is not only coming from external parties being, internal parties being influenced by external parties who want to do us in. It also shows how topsy-turvy the mind overall has been. And think about it like this. We'll just do from 1865 to 1965. That's 100 years. The popular or prevailing ethos of Black America has always been of producers. The ethos has always been to be self-sufficient, self-governing, all of the stuff that we know by studying the ancestors for just that 100-year period. And we created untold amounts of just greatness during that time. We raised literacy rates from people who are literally in bondage. We raised personal economies of millions upon millions of people. Started countless businesses, thousands of businesses across the United States, created hundreds of towns, being able to enrich millions of people who are willing to participate in all of the positivity and growth and progression that Black America was making. For the most part, that's what Black America was on, right? You had some outliers or people who were outside of the fray who were against that, and that's the people who were, degenerates, the gamblers, the drunkards, the habitually idle, the habitually unemployed, the criminals, the underworld, all of these different things. The people who did not want to do or be better. That carried Black America for 100 years and got us so far, so far. And then from 1964, 1965 to right now, it has almost completely reversed it. So where we had literacy rates jumping from illiteracy rates being at 75% of Black Americans, because the large swaths of them were slaves and it was illegal for them to read and write. And then by 1908, more than I want to say 70% were actually literate at this point. In that few amount of time, right? As far as money being made, millions of dollars of Black American dollars were being circulated throughout Black America, through our businesses, through, our communities, et cetera, et cetera. What else? Land ownership, political activity, and being more politically engaged. All of these different things, like from just fresh out of slavery, has been completely reversed to where now in 2025, our babies, 85% of them can't read. That's worse than the days of slavery. And that bugs me out that when it comes down to fourth grade Black American children, 85% of them are not reading at grade level. And there is no institution of slavery that's causing that. That's the de-emphasis of education in the household. So while you still have Black Americans who promote literacy, promote education inside of the household, it's been flipped to where now the greater portion of the culture is now making it okay to be illiterate, as opposed to 100 years ago or 150 years ago, where it was the complete opposite. So it's not to say, and all throughout this stuff, we had the government, had opposition from the government and all this other stuff. So that stayed consistent. You dig what I'm saying? But what didn't is where our ethos has been. And I'm going to keep tapping into this because it's extremely important, fam. It's extremely important for people to understand exactly where you're coming from. So, regardless if this is your first time hearing this or your 16th or 15th time hearing it, because I say it pretty much every episode, but we have to be able to restore order, chat. We have to be able to restore order. And when I say that, I'm not sitting here saying that you need to pull teeth, but I do think that we need to go back to fortifying the good and stand on what's right. If you are one of those people who know right from wrong, if you're one of those people who actually want to see the advancement of Black America, in total or as a whole or in general, but specifically Black America, because you have an affinity for Black America like I do, I'm a Black American man, why wouldn't I? We got to stand on business. We do. And in the times where we're caught in between, being silent or standing up against the bullshit, we got to choose, the latter. Now, I will say, unfortunately, that there will also, like I said, come a time where we have to draw a line in the sand. And there are going to be more people than before. You know what I'm saying? More people than 100 years ago, more people than 150 years ago who are not going to rock with what you are saying and what you're doing. And they're going to actively be against it. You have to be okay with that. As much as I love Black America, I'm not going to kill myself to save it. I've seen the mistakes that our ancestors made. Malcolm X, right? And, he died for the people. And I commend that. But the people killed him. For all of the great things that Malcolm stood for, the people still ended up killing him. Fred Hampton, right? So, no, I'm not dying for Black America. Unfortunately, it's not worth it. Now, I will die for what's right. Don't get me wrong. Somebody tries to kill me, I'm definitely going to do what's right and defend myself and do my best. But when it comes down, my family, of course, or, things like that. But, like, I'm not incentivized and I don't have an inclination to go out of my way to try to save Black America. There's no incentive. All of the incentive is going towards the degeneracy as far as the outside world. Because inside of Black America, you'll have decent people, give you a hand, applaud you, even support you in different factions and stuff like that. But, man, we can't lie and say that the degeneracy in the media, which Maj says is the most effective devil in America, which is true, doesn't have a stronghold over the minds of millions and millions of people. Now, I don't get discouraged by any of this stuff because I have essentially conditioned myself to not only understand that there's people who just are going to choose what they want to choose, but also there are too many people that think just like me. And I'm not even talking about like do everything that I do, but we think similarly. You guys being some of them. Like we think alike. So I'd rather fellowship with you guys than trying to convince somebody who is against what I stand for or against what we stand for to think like us. And I think the more and more I get my message out there, the things that I stand on out there, like I have been doing for the past decade and some change, I want to say it's almost, it's been, 13 years or something like that? 12, 13 years. So continuing on, I'm going to meet more people. I'm going to fellowship with more people and grow the community. But I can tell you as somebody who lost actual friends, like real friends in real life, people that I actually kicked it with because I started to, stand on what I stand on, I'm not going to waver for good graces. It's not worth it, yo. It's not worth it. Anytime that you sacrifice who you are as a person for popularity or for the sake of getting people to like you, you're always going to lose in the end. Because your soul is going to tell you you're not going to be able to sleep right. You're not going to want to look at yourself in the mirror because you're standing on some shit that you don't believe. And I'd rather be disliked for talking against, things that I don't like or supporting what I support than to be liked for, supporting things that I know I don't. So that's where I'm at. So I'm looking to build my tribe. I'm looking to make sure that I find more and more like-minded people. I'm not here to tell the communists and the Marxists that their ideology is wrong. I am going to shit on communists and Marxists and communism and Marxism, but I'm not here to change your mind. And I've been saying that for a while. Y'all know that. I'm just here to shout out all of the shit that I respect and I think that Black America should have and start to adopt more. And again, it's only coming from Black people. It's only coming from Black people. We read an article on stream one night where this Black man in the newspaper was pretty much exposing communism. And that's another thing, chat. I truly believe that when it comes down to the degeneracy that we see, I'm not talking about just the criminality and all of the nasty weird shit that we talking about, that we see online, but I'm talking about like legitimately like the ideological degeneracy, like the shit that actually degenerates a particular, community or population of people. Like I really truly believe that it comes from cultural Marxism, because it stands against everything that Black America is all about. And I'm going to stand on that, man. I'm going to stand on that. I haven't seen any evidence of cultural Marxism being a net positive for Black America at all. At all. And I want people to understand that, I really truly believe, I have Black America's best interests at heart. Nothing that I'm saying is doing this in the name of trying to self-grandize or, grift or off the backs of people, knowing that what I'm saying is wrong. Like, no, I'm legit about this. You dig what I'm saying? I really do believe that Black America needs more traditionalism. We gotta go back to the things that our grannies and our great grannies were standing on. And it's too many people, it's too many. I'm telling you, like, just think about something as simple as like the marriages, right? Marriage rates in Black America, and you'll have Black men and women who have demonized old marriages. Oh, women didn't have any rights. They needed to be married. They were being abused all of the time. All of this nonsense. And they do that in the name of, quote unquote, being unapologetically Black, pro-Blackness, all of this garbage. But they're literally advocating for the breaking up of the Black family. The meme about like, the CIA don't even have to do its job anymore because you have so many Black people doing the job for them. That's where that's coming from. That's what like you guys have already adopted the doctrine of your destruction. And you've taken it and remixed it and called it pro-Black. You remixed it and called it authentically Black. And the only reason why you call it authentically Black, because it doesn't come with any responsibility. That's really what it is. The reason why they get to walk around and feel this way about the country, about themselves, about other Black people is literally because they don't look at themselves as people who are responsible for their own destiny. It's the government's job to feed them. It's the government's job to clothe them, to educate them, to house them. Like I saw, they doing this shit where they're remixing words. And I told y'all, I've always been anti-censorship, even if it's things that I don't like to hear or I disagree with. So I'm never going to be the one that says grape instead of rape. Unalive instead of kill. And that's the reason why I don't really, dabble in TikTok or have these streams on TikTok and stuff like that, because I'm not getting into that. And that's also why I tell people to subscribe to the Patreon, because I'm not going to censor myself. And that's another thing, an ideological, like that I truly believe that's a psyop. I know they'll say, oh, it's just the TikTok algorithm or the YouTube algorithm and their censorship and stuff like that. That's just a part of the play. I'm not going to turn grape into rape, because grape is a completely different word. Grape is a fruit. You dig what I'm saying? So when I say the word grape, I want the people who are listening to me to know that I am talking about the fruit and not sexual assault. I'm going to say rape. I'm going to say kill. I'm going to say murder. I'm going to say suicide. I say all of that to say is that I've been seeing the remix of Homeless over the past few years, and they call it Unhoused. And just the framing of that should let you know exactly where they stand. Because to be housed is to denote that an external party has given you a home or has provided you housing. So homeless it sticks to the subject, to the person who does not have a house, who does not have a home. They don't have a house. It's not that a house wasn't given to them or housing wasn't given to them or granted to them. They themselves, that individual or those people, don't have a house. But when you reword it and remix it and say, oh, they're unhoused, that denotes that the responsibility of the housing can be and sometimes should be on the shoulders of somebody else. I was having a conversation and I asked, my contemporary, somebody that I was talking with, good people, by the way, who responsibility do you think it is for poor people to no longer be poor in America? Like, whose responsibility is it to make sure that a kid is being raised right? Whose responsibility is it to make sure a household is emphasizing the right things, which would be like education, good hygiene, good health and fitness habits, good eating habits, good educational habits, things like that, emphasizing all of the proper things that would allow you to contribute to society. Unfortunately, I couldn't get an answer due to just, the group discussion moving on. But the reason why I even asked that is because of how my contemporary was framing particular people in poverty. And it took all of the agency away, at least in my view, took all of the agency and autonomy away from particular people in the trenches, in the ghetto, in the hoods. And listen, I understand that there are going to be certain circumstances that are going to be hard to overcome based upon whatever lot in life you were born into. But again, after a certain point in your life, no matter where you come from or how you was raised, you are going to be responsible for you. There are so many people right now that are blaming their parents, blaming their environments, blaming, external parties, and they're 36 years old, pushing 40 years old, blaming, my mom, didn't do X, Y, and Z, or my dad wasn't there, or, the hood that I grew up in, or whatever. And it's like, yo, fam, you 40. You got to know that doesn't make any sense, or that you got to know that that's not relevant anymore. Yo, your mom was a bad person. Your mom was a bad, your dad was a bad person. Your environment was terrible. Whatever it is, dog, it's no longer an excuse. Because either you're going to contribute to society and contribute to your own betterment, or you're going to fall to the wayside. And too much of our narratives have been intertwined with the lowest parts of society that people automatically identify Black Americans as a whole as a underachieving second-class citizenry, period. So all things ghetto, all things low income, low education, et cetera, is synonymous with Black America. And then it makes it easier for the politicians to come in, stand on that, use that same type of narrative against Black Americans in the name of being pro-Black, which is insane. But they'll say things like, well, Black people don't know any better, or Black people don't have this and don't have that. It's a foregone conclusion that essentially Black people ain't shit. And because these people are saying it to pander to Black Americans just accept it. Democrats have been doing that for generations at this point. Coming to the hoods, coming to these low-income areas, pillaging it, siphoning money, donation, support, time, effort, all of this other stuff, co-opting grassroots movements and all of these different things that they do in the name of keeping Black Americans in the same positions that they were in since the 60s. They need you to be degenerate. They need you to be illiterate. They need you to be as dependent on them as possible. They do not want you to be independent. And this is the reason why the studying of history is extremely important, because then you'll be able to see the play. The reason why I'm not susceptible to this demoralizing propaganda is because the ancestors in my history told me that this is what they were going to do. They literally told me, yo, this is not how you're supposed to deal with politics and politicians. They told me in particular etiquette as far as Black America is concerned should be exhibited in public and in private. The emphasis of education, industrialism, commercialism, professionalism, all of these things are all a part of the Black American culture, the Black American ethos, the Black American zeitgeist. So when I'm listening to what the ancestors are saying, and then I'm listening to what contemporary, Black Americans are saying that are of the ilk or the ideology of the opposite side of this, which would be the politicians who look down upon them, consider them, inherently second class and stuff like that. Like, when you are listening to this other side, it's like, yo, this shit sounds like the enemy is talking. Only your enemy will want to keep you in this type of state of mind. This less than state of mind, this inferiority complex that they give y'all. You dig what I'm saying? So this is where I go to get my information. So I say all of that to say that we bombing on the bums. We bombing on the anti-Black people, for real anti-Black people. And we're going to do it in the name of positivity or the advancement, rather, of Black America. So I'm in the archives all day, every day, as y'all know. This is where I live. Okay, if I'm not on the timeline, I'm in the archives. I'm reading what the ancestors wrote, what they argued about, what they debated about. And before we get there, though, I did see this dope video that I wanted to highlight. I thought it was super dope. It's in my bookmarks. Well, first, this is fire. Hey, so you can't play spades better than me, and here's my trophy to prove it. So shout out to this. Dawson Family Cookout Spades Champion, July 2025. I thought this was super fire. This just, speaks to Black American tradition. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about as well. I'm glad that I brought that back to my memory. But let's go down. I thought this was super dope. Not this, because we're going to talk about that too. Shout out to Talent. I forgot to shout my man Talent out in the last stream. We're going to get to him as well. Where was it? Right here.
Staten Island.
I am an 8th generation direct descendant to the first free African American to purchase property on Staten Island. Traveled there in 1799, purchased the land in 1828 of sandy ground in the South Shore of Staten Island, and built my church, Rossville AME Zion, at 584 Bloomingdale Road in 1850. Still has an active congregation. We are a documented stop on the Underground Railroad. My ancestor, Captain John Jackson Henry, brought Harriet Tubman in multiple times with a group of the enslaved from the South, and then helped to free them in that sandy ground community. And we were the first to open up oyster bars, nightclubs, restaurants, and land transportation on Staten Island, and then inspire the ferry in between Staten Island and New York City by traveling back and forth to Staten Island and New Jersey. And so that alone is a jaw-dropping spiel for any customer that sits down at any one of my 6 tables. When I say it, they're like looking at me like, is that real? I'm like, yes, my ancestors were the vehicle that allowed for Pete Davidson, the Mob Wives, the Mafia, and Wu-Tang to be who they are, because without that history, there would be none of that. There were no bridges. It was just our boat back and forth.
Chills.
Right.
Chills. It's amazing. Man. And you are carrying on that tradition,
yes,
and you are evolving it to the next generation that's going to tell the story. And
oh, man. Why is Twitter like this? But yeah, so I thought this was super dope. That her family and her lineage is literally tied to the history of Staten Island in a major way. And again, like she said, Pete Davidson, you know, Mob Wives, Wu Tang, all of the stuff that came out of Staten Island wouldn't have been a thing without this Black American family dating back to, um, technically the 18th century, but you know, she said 1799, so it's like right at the end of the uh, 18th century, going into the 19th. But this is a long history. You dig what I'm saying? Having all of these black-owned businesses and stuff like that. You know, Vincent, yes, Harriet Tubman was a real person. I got caught up in that as well. The what basically came about was due to the authors in the publication houses who were producing Harriet Tubman's book. They did it in the same vein that they did like anti-slavery narratives and anti-slavery books and stuff like that, to where they took a lot of liberties, you know, creative liberties or whatever, to add to her story to be able to galvanize more support. In Harriet's specific case, they were petitioning the courts for Harriet to get more money from her dead husband's pension from the war. And so they used her autobiography and her life's story to be able to get more support. The people galvanize around Harriet's plight based upon her story. And unfortunately, there was like some fudging of numbers and stuff like that. I believe in the book, it said that she had freed like hundreds of slaves, and that was based upon her assisting Civil War troops. Like I know of one in particular where she helped raid a plantation in South Carolina to free slaves, and that was in the dozens, if not at least 100 of those. But as far as like the people that she actually walked to freedom, it was like just a few dozen people. I want to say a couple dozen people. So when it comes to those types of things, there was a couple people, and I was one of the people that believed it at first, that Harriet Tubman wasn't a real person because like her signature was X instead of her name, and you know, all of these different things. And but all of those have been explained. Like the signature, when it came down to X, were for people who couldn't write and didn't understand. So that was just a way for them to, you know, give written consent to whatever was at the bottom, was ever at the top of the page that they were signing. So Harriet Tubman was a real person. I know that was one of those too. Like I said, and when I first got in tune with it, because again, my proclivity to, you know, what's the word I'm thinking of? To unmask or uncover particular hidden parts or forgotten parts of history, you know, it got me. But another black historian who I respect, Shaka Atmos, he pretty much, I ain't gonna say he pulled me to the side. He openly talked to me about it. We was on Spaces one night, and he was just like, "Yo, you know, I respect what you do, young Hotep, but you know, don't fall for the salacious headlines and stuff like that. Like there are people who have agendas that don't align with you, and they're using their platforms to, you know, bolster themselves." And he pretty much, you know, gave me my just due, but as an OG should do, he corrected me, and he told me, like, you know, don't do that. Don't disrespect the ancestors by saying silly shit like they didn't exist. And so it wasn't so much of a chastising, but he did check me, and I do appreciate Shaka Amos for doing that. I got a big respect for him. If you guys want to learn more about like ancient Africa or African history, you know, he's specifically like Kemet, which you know, a lot of people would know as Egypt. Shaka Atmos, Minister Inky, of course. You know, these are good resources to learn from. You know, I was watching Comedicine last night. Well, a little bit. I was a little preoccupied last night, but you know, Minister Inky always going crazy, Dr. Inky. So shout out to Shaka Atmos, Dr. Inky. You know, two OGs that I respect and I learned a lot from. So yeah, Harriet Tubman is a real person. What else we got here? Because there was some other stuff before we get into the archives. I was jumping ahead. What else we got here? Oh, this is not my bookmarks. We gotta go back. All right. There was something else that I had too. Talent. Shout out to my boy Talent. This lady is just a weirdo. There was something else. Well, let's holler at my man Talent real quick.
Below, we right here, y'all. We at the finish line. The final papers are being drafted for Audrey Johnson Daycare Center to become Bushwick Safety Zone and Education Center. And with that, nice little deposit we got to make sure we have. So make sure y'all hit the link, visit thegreencampaign.org/donate and add something to it. 18,000 square foot main floor, 5,000 square foot basement, and a 12,000 square foot backyard, concerts, events, basketball tournaments, my playground, my escape for real. Man, so many different classrooms. We're going to have the Benjamin Banneker classroom, the Carter G. Woodson classroom for history. We naming the library after Franciscus the Negro, who was a enslaved person who bought his freedom, and is one of the people that purchased the land that we consider Bushwick today. Excuse that, and all I can say is, man, I never let life's adversities ruin my spirit, right? I never let the hardships that I go through, the bad decisions I made, I'm not perfect, you know what I mean? But I never let it turn me bad. I've been a real good sport through life's ups and downs, you know, and everybody has their moment, right? If mine was 20 years, shout out to that 20 years that I got behind me, because that's the legacy that I stand on. I mean, from G Camp in 2008 to my playground, my escape in 2017, to dropping my first mixtape as an artist in 2005, everything comes down to who we are and what I stand at today. And that is the person who's about to secure a Bushwick Safety Zone for us. Never gave up on my neighborhood. Never did.
So, again, this is just another institution created by a Black American man, and making sure that he's educating the babies in the neighborhood where he's from, in Bushwick. Shout out to my man Talent. He hit me up. He said he needed my historical services, being able to contribute to the history classes and stuff. So I'm gonna be going out there. I'm actually crafting a curriculum just for his babies, just for the kids in there. He wanted me to focus on particular types of Black American history. So I'm currently formulating and crafting a curriculum for his institution, for the history lessons and stuff like that. I can't wait to stand in front of the babies and teach them about their ancestors and all of the things that they're capable of doing. One of the greatest joys of my job and of my craft is the positive impact that I get to have on the youth with the things that I'm saying. Like, y'all don't understand just how proud I am when teachers and parents come to me and they tell me, like, yo, there's so much of this stuff that I didn't even know when I was a kid. And now, I'm able to teach, your lessons. My kids watch your videos and they're learning a lot and all of that. And that honestly means more to me than anything else. I know it's kind of cliche, but it's cliche for a reason, because I truly believe this is a genuine thing. Now, of course, people may lie about it, but y'all really don't understand. Like, not y'all, but people don't really understand that I truly believe that one of the biggest reasons why Black America is in the state it's in culturally and socially is because we do not know our history. We've only known one half of our history, and that half has been largely a detriment to our knowing. And I'm not sitting here saying that we shouldn't know the bad things about Black American history, but to have the bad things be the end all be all of Black American history is why we have faced so many different problems. The government, racist white people, discrimination, all of that other stuff has been consistent. What hasn't been consistent, at least over the past 60, 70 years, is the fortitude of the Black American ethos. The Black American culture has been eroded from the inside out by people who may or may not look like us, through incentive of money, through incentive of enrichment in ways that honestly have never been worth it. And then when it comes down to accepting these provisions from these external groups, they don't read the fine print. And then once it's too late, that's when they want to be revolutionaries and cry out against the system and all this other stuff. I tell y'all all of the time, Booker T. Washington had no problem accepting white money. So it's not that white people giving the money is the issue. It's not. It's how you are going to carry it once you've allowed white money or external money. Because I don't want people to think that this is like I hate white people thing. I don't. It has nothing to do with hating white people. So it's all about strategy. And when you have a bunch of people who do not come from where you come from and don't actually understand your people, your culture, your customs, you have to be just a little bit more cautious in when you're dealing with them. Booker T. Washington understood this. This is the reason why he kept the relationship between him and the white people that he did deal with strictly business. Now, were they friendly on a personal level? For sure. But when it came down to Black America and the concerns of Black America, it was strictly business. Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, Henry Rogers, Julius Rosenwald, you know, the guys that I list off all of the time, these businessmen, multi-million, you know, billionaires and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They were giving Booker T. Washington $5, $10, $25, $50,000, but Booker T. Washington used that money to build Black American institutions, to invest in Black America's progress. What we have now is you'll have, you know, a record executive or a political faction or whatever be able to give you money and support, but then they want you to run on their agenda and run on their program. And now they got you pushing a whole bunch of causes that honestly don't jive with Black America or are a detriment to Black America. So you'll get a bag. You can get $10 million. You can get $1 million, $500,000 from somebody who wants you to promote Planned Parenthood in a Black neighborhood. They ain't got no problem giving you money because you are pushing their agenda. You know, being the face of, you know, killing Black babies before they even get a chance at life. They ain't got no problem giving you money for that. I was on Spaces. Shout out to my boy Rashad. And I've noticed that Rashad gets a segment on every last one of my streams, yo. Shout out to my boy Rashad. But I came in at the tail end of his Spaces. He does one every day. I enjoy them for the most part. Sometimes he be getting a little bit into the gossip rag. He get a little gossipy or whatever when it comes to shit. But, you know, I still entertain it. That's my boy. I think he's a great conversationalist, and I've actually been able to watch his conversationalism actually, you know, get better with every episode over time. So shout out to my boy Rashad. Keep up the amazing work, brother. But Hotep, everybody, Hotep. We're gonna get to the chat in just a second. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. Come on in. Make sure y'all sharing out the link. Make sure y'all get people up in here. We in here vibing. So in Rashad's space towards the very end, I think I chimed in about the last 30 minutes of the space. And they were talking about the Black Lives Matter movement coming and co-opting the grassroots movements in Ferguson. And a lot of people don't know this. You know what I'm saying? Like, as much as Hotep was banging against Black Lives Matter and like really shitting on them from day one, like we never fucked with Black Lives Matter. Never. We knew that they were frauds. They never passed the sniff test at all. Excuse me. And in Rashad's space, there was a young man by the name of, his screen name was the Light Joker. And he was actually on the ground in Ferguson during the time of Michael Brown's killing. And he was also somebody else like Darren Seals who were calling out Black Lives Matter for their fraudulence and how they were co-opting and hijacking the movement. And Rashad, because he's just in this moment representative of the average Black American who didn't know all of the intricacies, who didn't know that D-Ray was a pawn of George Soros, and so as well as Netta and Sean King. Like, he didn't know. He just knew Black Lives Matter. That's all he knew, like most Black people. You know, it was only people like Darren Sills and the Hoteps who were really on the ground talking like, yo, Black Lives Matter is clearly some federal shit. Like, this is clearly, you know, not us. It wasn't even like, if you took just the 20 minutes, 30 minutes to do the research, I'm not even going to say 5 minutes, because you may have to take a few bit more minutes to do the research. But when you went to the Black Lives Matter website, they told you that they are advocating for black women, black children, black queer, LGBT, you know, all of that shit, and then black families. They went out of their way to exclude black men. Now, this is especially egregious because Black Lives Matter was built on the backs of dead black men who were killed by the police. They created an entire movement by saying, you know, with the moniker Black Lives Matter, off the strength of black men being killed by the police. And they went out of their way to exclude black men in their mission statement on their website. So the mission statement is letting the world know what we stand for, who we are, and what we are about. And they went out of their way to exclude black men. So that was a red flag from day one. Then we are in tune with Darren Sills because Darren Sills was on the ground in Ferguson. Before Mike Brown got killed, Darren Sills was galvanizing black Democrats to switch parties because the Democrats were running St. Louis and Ferguson so terribly. He openly criticized Obama. He openly criticized the Democrats, and he mobilized tens of thousands of black voters in St. Louis to, you know, start rocking with the Republican Party. Now, this goes back to what the ancestors stood on, using the politics for your advantage. It's not to say that we'll never use Democrats for our progress, but the Democrats have to know they have to work for our vote. So if you guys are not going to get off your ass and do what you need to do as politicians in our cities, we'll extract our vote from your party and from your candidates, and we'll shop around and try our options elsewhere. Like elsewhere. That's what it's about. That's what Darren Sills was about. He called out D-Ray and Black Lives Matter from day one, because he saw them come down there with the news cameras, come down there with the photo ops, come down there with the fuckery. You dig what I'm saying? And he called it out. He even slapped D-Ray. Like, I don't know if many people know this, but Darren Sills slapped the shit out of D-Ray when he seen him. Like, that's how serious Darren Sills was. And the man that I was talking about on Spaces, the Light Joker, he was around during this time as well. And he was vehemently against Black Lives Matter. They had their own movements in Ferguson. And this faction that's backed by George Soros is coming in to infiltrate. The guy on Spaces likened it to COINTELPRO, and I don't disagree with him. It was a complete and utter infiltration, divide and conquer takeover, and that's what they did. They demonized Darren Sills, they demonized him, they demonized all of the grassroots campaigns, and if you wasn't Black Lives Matter, then you weren't black, then you weren't pro-black. And now look, it's been over a decade later. We have not been any better at all as far as race relations between black Americans and white police officers. And honestly, the only thing that came out of the Black Lives Matter movement of 2013 and 2014 was body cams. And I'm letting y'all know now. As recent as the most latest case, which is the guy with the dreads who got his window punched in, and then he got punched out and slammed and arrested. The body cams have largely just shown the violence that police not only give out, but the violence that police give out in response to civilians or potential criminals and their violence against them. So at best, it just gave a perspective of both. You know what I'm saying? It just gave a perspective of both, that both police and civilians are being abused by each other. Because we just seen a video of a dude running towards a cop with two sharp knives in his hand like this. Like literally lunging at him with two knives, and they had to shoot him up. You know what I mean? And with the guy with the dreads, he was clearly, being non-compliant, clearly, resisting. The police the sheriff came out and said that son was that was like criminal resistance or something like that he called it. I don't think he didn't die or nothing like that. He just got slammed and arrested. It happened back in March. And I believe that he did post it to get that type, get that clout, which is, whatever. That's his choice. But it's like, yo, this is not helping. That's another thing that Black Lives Matter did. It incentivized for people to get into confrontations with police. It incentivized this hypersensitivity from civilians and police, because now the people who have been watching all of these videos of black men and women getting killed and shit like that, now they're hyper aware. We've always been aware. Nobody's ever had a sigh of relief when they got pulled over. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever felt good when we got pulled over by the police. So that's already an anxious moment to be in when you're getting pulled over. But now, due to all of this endless footage coming out online, and I believe that it was intentional because you don't see it much anymore. You're not seeing many police officers killing black people unjustly or anything like that. Cause like the dude, I don't know if the dude that lunged at him with the 2 knives survived, but like, yo, dog, if you lunge at me like that with 2 knives, I'm killing you, bro. Like, I'm not even about to make sure that you're okay and none of that shit. Like, yo, if you try to kill me with 2 knives, you jump at me with 2 sharp ass knives, I'm going to put everything in center mass and in your forehead if I can. Believe it. I want you going. You try to take me out of here, it's either you or me, and it's never going to be me. I'm not going. It's going to be you every time. And they administered first aid on son and all of that shit. Like, that's their protocol, and that's what they got to do and shit. But if you try to kill me, boy, I am going to do you dirty. I am going to do you in the worst way. So when it comes to that, now we're all hyper aware, and now more and more people are getting into confrontations with the police. We'll do it with the dreads. Do it with the dreads. Why you pull me over? All right, they tell them, and now you want to argue the reason. You've never seen this scenario. Why did you pull me over? Yo, your tail light was out, your headlight was out, whatever. And then you respond, or the person responds, no, it didn't, no, I wasn't. And then the cop says, oh, you're right, my mistake, and walks away. You've never seen that happen. But because you have been watching for years now, for a decade now, you've been watching video clip after video clip of black men and women getting shot by police in their cars, or getting shot by police in the street, or whatever it is. So now you are extremely hypersensitive to this shit. You know that there is and I hate when people try to deny it, but they know that there's a level of clout that comes along with this. This is why Son in July decided to post this video, even though the shit happened in March. Now, maybe it's because he was in jail. I don't know. But I know that this happened in March, and he posted it in July. And I know for a fact that I personally watched videos of black men clout chasing police interactions. I watched them intentionally argue with police to be able to go viral online because they wanted the donations, the following, and all of that other shit. They wanted to be considered martyrs and shit like that. Like, yeah, he's a freedom fighter and shit like that. This is, again, why I tell y'all to be more mindful of the media that you're ingesting, because it does affect your mind whether you like it or not, whether it's positive or negative. So I seen it. I watched people have a regular, level of, like, make sure everything is okay, hands on the wheel, make sure they're visible, complying with the police and shit like that, to make sure that you get to go the fuck home, because we're going to get to that point too, to people actively now wanting to be the next person on the timeline to go viral based upon the police doing something bad to them. And they were literally willing to risk their lives to go viral. I watched it. This is not something that I'm assuming about these people. I have been watching officers tell a black man, like, yo, dog, it's not that serious. You can record all of that. All we want is your driver's license and registration. Why do you need that? Why do you need that? Why did you pull me over? And it's like, yo, bro, just give the motherfucker your ID, bro. Give him your driver's license. See, This is how I know motherfuckers don't actually understand the gravity of the situations that you're in. When I was doing wrong, when I was outside in the street doing the shit that I was doing, there was not a time where I felt like, even if I felt like I was being harassed, you feel me? Argue with police. Now, I would give them a little something, pause, if I knew I was clean and I ain't had nothing on me. But that's not me being in a car being pulled over. It's me standing on the corner with my bros and trolling the police. It was never no serious confrontation because I knew at the end of the day, these motherfuckers had the legal right to boom me, son. I understood that these dudes would not get in trouble more often than not than getting in trouble if they did me bad. So this is also coming from somebody where my first 2 charges was assault on a police officer as a teenager. I was a dumb young kid, not gonna hold you. I was wilding for respect. You know what I'm saying? I hooked off on a police officer. Now, granted, he was poking me in my chest. I didn't like that shit. I told him to stop, so I hooked off on him. I gave him to work for like maybe 10 seconds, and then his big ass beat my ass, called back up, and then they beat my ass, and then they held me like how y'all be seeing like the pigs on the stick and shit, where they both they legs is tied up on the stick and they just carrying that motherfucker. That's how they had me in handcuffs, and they was whooping my ass. I ain't gonna lie, but I hooked off on a police officer. But that's me being a 15-year-old, 16-year-old being dumb. And so, yeah, we would troll them a little bit, like, fuck out of here, cop, all of that shit. But, like, that ass, like, arguing with police and shit like that, I didn't get into that. That's me personally, because I wanted to make sure that interaction was short as possible. Likewise, even to this day, I'm driving my car, if I'm driving my car and a cop pulls me over, I'm keeping that shit as short and simple as fucking possible. I got my hands on the motherfucking wheel. I got the light on in the car. I got all of the windows down to let the cop know that, you ain't got nothing about to pop out the back seat or the trunk or no shit like that. License and registration handy, already ready. Here you go. Do you know why I stopped you? Silence. Where you going? Silence. All of that shit, I ain't got to answer none of those questions. You get what I'm saying? All of that shit, I give them my license and registration, keep it fucking cool and calm. You dig what I'm saying? Keep it cordial. I'm not, abrupt and disrespectfully short, but I keep it intentionally short. Give me my ticket or not, give me my warning or not, and then I'm on my motherfucking way, fam. I'm not sitting there on the side of the road arguing with a cop. Why you pulled me over? No, you're not supposed to do that. You're not, like, dog, son. You are not about to litigate no traffic ticket on the side of the road. You have never seen somebody argue with a police officer on the side of the road about a ticket, about a pullover, and that person wins that debate. You've never seen it happen. And you also have to understand the perspective of the police officer. A lot of people don't want to do that because for some reason they don't think police officers are human. And this is just the projection that they have from externals onto themselves, and then they project it onto other people. It's a whole different thing. The way my mind works is crazy. So they get told by all of these different factions that you're less than, second-class citizen, you don't know no better, all of that demoralizing, bigotry of low expectations. You believe that shit. You dehumanize yourself, you debase yourself, and then you do the same thing when you're interacting with other people, including the police. So now this is just a badge. This is just a uniform with a gun that's out to kill you. Any chance that he get this officer who your mother will call if somebody breaks into her house, who your girl would call if somebody would have steal her car, who you would call if you, you know what I'm saying, were in danger. But, these same people are just a bunch of what they call them soldiers of white supremacy and all this other shit or whatever. And so that's you going into the situation. That's what you think is about to happen. And then due to your preconceived notion, you think that these people don't have a dangerous job. I've seen too many, just like when it comes to the other side of cops killing people, I've seen videos of people killing police. I've seen it. So imagine you're a cop and in your training, in your academy, they tell you in training, like, yo, We don't give a fuck about smiles. We don't give a fuck about good intentions. We don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Anybody is capable of raising a gun at you and killing you. And I have seen mad, regular, simple, above board police stops turn into a cop getting shot. A cop getting shot. Nobody shows you videos of that. Those videos don't go viral. I watched a black man get talked to and have the most patience for and all of that shit. The officer was just letting them know, like, yo, listen, man, just watch how you driving. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna give you a ticket. It's all good. Just make sure. And this motherfucker was just being irate, just cursing the cop out, da-da-da-da, all this other shit. And then dude gets out of the car and starts shooting at the cop. Kills the cop. So you don't see those videos. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people don't see those videos. So you don't really care about how dangerous being a cop is, or, you know what I'm saying? So when it comes to these things, you're not caring that this police officer also wants to go home tonight. And he does not know what you have in that car. That's the reason why, for me in my life, I'm rolling down all of the windows. So when you even walking up to the car, you see that, yo, there is nobody in the back seat, or if there is somebody in the back seat, nobody is holding anything. You can see clearly into the car because I got the light on, even if it's nighttime and shit like that. That's so I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do, or that I can do, to make sure the cop has the least amount of fucking anxiety approaching my car. You dig what I'm saying? All of that, it smells like weed and all. I don't get into none of that. I don't respond to any of that. License and registration, fam. That's strictly business. I'm not gonna disrespect you. You know, hit you with a little motherfucking 1-2 little, yeah, how you doing type conversation. But I'm not about to give you no information about my life that I don't have to, under the advisory of my lawyer. But I'm going to give you all of the information that you request. If you ask me to get out of the car, I'm going to get out of the car. Because sitting there asking them why I got to get out of the car, what is that going to do? Do you honestly think the police officer is going to be like, well, yeah, you're right. Since you questioned me about it, you don't have to get out the car? Like, fam, it's not that hard. So the danger of it, for me, is, yo, listen, you're not going to be able to litigate your traffic ticket on the side of the road. Once they start writing that motherfucker, bro, just take your ticket and fight it in court. It's going to always be your best bet. But you have been watching a bunch of police brutality videos for years and years and years, months and months and months. And now you have indoctrinated yourself to feel like you need to get irate with these people. And I personally believe that was a psyop. I personally believe that those police videos, because they're not around no more, even though the numbers have not dwindled as far as police officers killing somebody who they believe they needed to kill, whether it was lawful or unlawful, they have not stopped. But I've seen these media cycles. Do y'all remember when the planes falling out of the sky and the malfunctions on the plane were the hot shit on the news? I remember that. They're gone now. That's no longer the hot shit. I remember when it was all wall-to-wall Trump coverage. Like I've seen the way the media plays on the minds of the masses. And so when I see a concerted effort to flood my timeline with police brutality videos and racism and shit like that, like the white woman that was calling a kid a nigger on a playground and all of that other stuff, it's like, fam, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then she ended up getting damn near $1 million for it and all of that shit. Like, yo, listen, son, I'm not falling for it. And now, from what I've seen, Son's lawyer is the infamous Ben Crump. Oh, man, I think I spelled it wrong. Hold on. These fat fingers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yo, listen. Black Lives Matter, I don't want to hear about that awareness stuff, X. I can't stand the awareness excuse. No. Relations between police and civilians have not gotten any better because of Black Lives Matter. More and more Black lives have actually not mattered in the name of Black Lives Matter because of the things that they stood on. They were clearly anti-black men. They clearly were, using the plight of Black Americans, specifically Black American men, for their own advantage. I'm good. I'm good. The amount of money that was siphoned out of the Black American community based upon Black Lives Matter is unacceptable. Shaun King literally stole funds from Tamir Rice's family. I don't care about awareness. I don't care about awareness at all. Ain't nobody was unaware of police brutality. Nobody. We had these types of stories since Rodney King, Amadou Diallo. Like, no, Black Lives Matter was a net negative in all facets. Body cams, again, I address body cams. Body cams have also shown countless amounts of footage of people, and since we keeping it black issues, black people attacking police officers, showing you the type of danger that they're in. So the same footages that police officers, that you can use to say, hey, here's what the demon corrupt cops are doing. The cops can use the same footage and being like, yo, look, shout out to Axon or whatever that company is, but look at all of these criminals attacking us, literally trying to kill us. Yeah, no, it's nowhere near worth it. Awareness, the trade-off, Thomas Sowell, he says there's no such thing as solutions, only trade-offs. And the trade-off for the billions of dollars, the psyop, and how it negatively affected the minds of Black Americans in general, but Black Americans specifically. Like all the negative things that came about as a result of Black Lives Matter, for the only positive to have come out of all of that, the riots and sometimes even irreparable damage that have been done to these communities, to where businesses can't recoup. Nah. For the trade-off to be body cameras and awareness, nah, I'm good. There were already groups on the ground in Ferguson, in these places, that were speaking out against police brutality. And all we needed to do, as far as the people, was just galvanize and support it some more. So this is the latest. Ben Crump. Ben Crump. And, oh man, listen, I don't know Ben Crump personally, haven't met him, but every time that I see this man, he is 100% behind some clout chasing campaign to not only bolster himself, but to big his profile up, but to also make us look ridiculous, to be totally honest. So again, unfortunately, this is what I mean, reinforcing the whole bigotry of low expectations. What everybody is saying here in this regard is that, you should expect Black Americans not to comply. You should expect Black Americans not to understand simple requests and commands from the police officer, that they're inherently not going to understand that while you are pulled over, the police is in control, and they have to be able to conduct these investigations and all this other shit. You are essentially saying that Black people don't understand law and order. And I'm going to be against that, because there are actual brutal police out here. There are corrupt police out here. There are police out here who are actively abusing civilians. And those people need to be exposed. But if we're going to keep muddying the waters with niggas who just can't, have y'all seen the body cam footage of this case? I did. Did y'all see the body cam footage of it, son? Like, they literally, the cops approached the car. They pulled them over. It was raining outside, or had just finished raining, so it's wet outside. The cops say, no, so they walking up, the cops, pull up behind them. They walk behind them, towards the car. He opens the door. The cop asks him, because again, if you are a cop, somebody swinging the door open as you're walking towards it, you don't know what can be happening as a result of you swinging that door open. And this is what I be talking about. The reason why I understand this type of stuff is because when you live in a particular area that's particularly dangerous, even if you're not a cop, you got to look out for shit like this. If I'm walking up the street and somebody stows their door open and swings it open mad fast, son, I'm gripping my gun. I have to be on point. Like, I don't know what's about to pop out that car. Like, that's just the anxiety, paranoia, whatever you want to, just me being fucking aware, whatever you want to call it. But you're not about to be making all of these swift movements around me, and I'm not going to be on it. Like, yo, what are you doing? I profile. I'm letting motherfuckers know right now, if you come around me looking like you are the type the nigga to do me bad, I'm profiling the fuck out of you. If you got a particular look about yourself, if you got a particular demeanor, disposition about yourself that I believe is could be a potential danger to me, nigga, I am profiling the fuck out of you, nigga. Are you kidding me? I'm not about to die because I didn't want to seem prejudicial. Oh no, this is profiling with prejudice, nigga. Like, what? How long have we been alive? Criminals don't have a profile now? I'm supposed to turn a blind eye to the activities that I grew up around and seeing? That's what kept me alive. I know when that motherfucker getting ready to grip his gun because of the way he moved. I know when a motherfucker is ready to knock a nigga head off because he start tightening his jaw in the middle of the argument and he balling up his fist on the low. If you not peeping all of this body language, you're going to be a lick out here. You're going to be a Vic. I am alive today because I profiled. And 95% of the time, it was me profiling other black men and women. Because sometimes a woman will set you up too. I grew up in predominantly black neighborhoods my entire life. So off the virtue of that, the person that would do me in is a high likelihood of them being black. So I gotta be on it. I just watched the video the other day where dude was like, yo, I didn't get my gun or buy my guns from Mexicans or white people or Asians. I got them because people that look just like me are willing to do me in for worldly goods. They willing to kill me over my car, kill me over my jewelry, kill me over the money that I got in my pocket or may not have in my pocket. They're willing to do that. And me being blind to that would be suicide, literally. So anyway, cop walks up, swings his door open. The cop asks, yo, why did you swing your door open like that? The dude says, yo, my window doesn't work. He's like, okay, why'd you pull me over? Yo, your headlights is out or off and it's raining outside. No, it's not raining. He immediately gets to arguing with the police. Then the cop eventually asks him to step out. He says no, slams his door closed. The cop is knocking on the window. Yo, open the door. He's like, call your supervisor. Like, dog, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, again, just thinking about your actions. So I was talking about like the people who are going to succeed and not succeed. People who succeed have forethought. They think ahead. They understand that their consequences have consequences. So when you are requested or commanded to get out of the car, you say no, slam your car door, and yell from the inside of your car, I need a supervisor. What do you logically think is going to happen as a result of that? Do you think the cop is going to be like, okay, well, wait right there, sir. I'm going to call my supervisor, who is more than likely going to be on your side. I'm clearly in the wrong. I'm going to get my supervisor. I'm going to sit in my car. You're going to sit in your car. We're just going to wait for my supervisor to get here. He's going to come. He's going to have the final word on everything. And he's more than likely going to let you go because I'm terrible at my job. Is that what you think is really going to happen? Or did you just escalate a situation that wasn't even escalated to begin with? The supervisor, who is going to have an affinity for the officer that just pulled you over, because the officer is calling for the supervisor. And he said it, yo, he called it in like, yo, listen, I got somebody who's being non-compliant. He's being, ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? He's not responding to what I'm saying. So when the supervisor does come, you think the supervisor is about to be empathetic and sympathetic to your plight or his fellow officer, his subordinate, who he trained or who he's in charge of. He hasn't done anything wrong. Okay, he hasn't shot you. He hasn't done any of that. All he did was pull you over, tell you exactly why he pulled you over. You slam your door and have been nothing but argumentative and non-compliant this entire time. Who do you think the police supervisor is going to be on the side of? The belligerent civilian or the cop that is doing his best to stay within protocol of his job? So then the backup comes, and they are telling him the same exact thing. And he's doing the same exact thing that he was doing to the first officer, now to the supervisor or the next officers. And that is when he starts recording. And that's the video that we seen from his phone's perspective, where dude the police officer punches the window, grabs him out of there, slams him on the ground, and arrests him and takes him to jail. And then the black sheriff says, "Yo, this was escalated to he either said criminal resistance or felony resistance or something like that. So now, instead of you maybe just getting a ticket for having your headlight out in the rain, now you got an actual charge, a criminal charge, because you just didn't want to be compliant. You would rather argue with the police on the side of the road on a rainy day." I'm trying to tell you, man. And it's so funny to me. The irony in all of this shit is that the worst gangsters is not doing this. If you got a gangster who may or may not have an illegal gun on him or illegal contents in his car, you think that, if he is, he's dumb. But if you think a smart criminal is about to argue with the police, he is praying to God the police doesn't escalate this. He is praying to God the police don't ask him to step out of the car. He is praying to God that no warrants is in his name and all of this shit, and that the officer is gonna be like, "Yo, watch your speed. Here's a ticket for you blowing the stop sign. Have a nice day." That's what the criminals are hoping for. And here you have civilians being like, "Yo, fuck this. Why the fuck did you pull me over? Fucking answer me, motherfucker." It's like, yo, whoa. Like, even if you was on the other side of the law, this is not even how you behave. You a law-abiding citizen acting out of emotion. And the gangsters, the criminals, don't even do this stupid shit. They be yes, sir, no, sir, because they don't want to go to jail. Here you are, though, civilian with a 9-to-5 at Arby's. Nigga, you work at Arby's. Arguing with the police on the side of the road on a rainy day. For what? I sure told them. Doesn't happen, yo. It's illogical. It doesn't make any sense. So now you got this shit is blowing up and went viral, and here comes Benjamin Crump. On time. Like clockwork. He is here to grift on somebody's bad behavior being met with punishment. And how do they frame it? He was punched, dragged, and dehumanized. Not for committing a violent crime, but for asking questions. America, this treatment is far from acceptable. The fuck is you asking questions for, nigga? What is all of the questioning for? And I'm not sitting here saying don't question authority and all this other shit, but I'm talking about in execution, yo. So I be talking about strategy. You gotta be able to use strategy. If somebody in the chat said behind enemy lines, when you are behind enemy lines, you are not supposed to act irate at all. If you are going to frame this in that way, to where all of the cops are just race soldiers of white supremacy and all of this shit, right? If you was actually behind enemy lines during a war, do you think that's the time to be like, "Yo, fuck y'all, it's my side, fuck y'all," and all this other? You think that's the time, or you think you should be as compliant as possible so you don't fucking die? This is what I'm saying. It's all about strategy. When a motherfucker got you dead to rights, to where in this instance, a cop could be like, "I feared for my life, so I shot him." You want to make sure that you don't give them any ammo, no pun intended, to make that a plausible reaction or argument for what the fuck went down. Because when they pull me over, my motherfucking hands are visible, nigga. The lights in my car makes everything inside this motherfucker visible. My license and registration is just a finger away. I'm not playing around with these cops whatsoever. Because I'm not about to have them think, oh, he's reaching for something and none of that shit. Like, I have seen it. I've seen too many black men teach me the proper protocol as it pertains to being pulled over by a police officer, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. Trying to tell you, 10 and 2, my nigga, 10 and fucking 2, or hands on the fucking dash. You're more of a man by doing this. You're less of a man by arguing with a cop on the side of the road. You're not going to win. You're never going to win. I've never seen it. And if y'all have, please link me to the video. I want to see how you got it off. I want to see how a man, particularly a black man, but any man, argue with the police about the reason they got pulled over and shit like that, and then got out of that shit with nothing. I'm trying to tell you, yo. I'll tell you this. I did see a judge get pulled over, a black female judge get pulled over. The cop was on some bullshit, and because she was a judge, she was able to flex particular things that reminded the judge, watch your motherfucking, place. But I would apply that to when a cop pulls another cop over. I've seen that. I've seen videos of cops pulling their superiors over for speeding and shit like that. Or I've seen a police car drive, turn into a block or whatever, and have a head-on collision with another cop because the motherfucker who was turning wasn't paying attention because he was texting in his phone. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But like a civilian dead-ass arguing with a police officer on the side of the road during a traffic stop, and then winning that argument to the point that the cop rips up the ticket and be like, yo, have a fucking nice night. Never seen it. Never seen it. I've only seen motherfuckers argue and get a ticket or get arrested. So I'm going to go with the most logical action. I know my rights, so I'm going to remain silent. I don't have to say anything. But I am going to comply. I'm going to fucking, give them my license and registration. You dig what I'm saying? But that's how I keep it. It ain't like I'm like super duper friendly with them, but I'm just not, belligerent and argumentative whatsoever. So that's the latest with this, man. I'm not necessarily interested in what Ben Crump has to say about it. I watched the video myself, so I don't need anybody else to tell me what I saw or tell me how to feel. That's usually what these videos is all about anyway. So I'm good there. There was something else though. Let's see. It was something about racism. Yeah. I think it was this. MAGA has always been around and ain't nothing new. Here we go. More of this. More of centering white people in black history. I don't know why they do this. I don't know why they... Well, let me stop saying I don't know. I be knowing why. I study this shit too much to not know why. I know why they do this. It's rhetorically saying these statements. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say most of these people in this picture were Democrats. And I know there's gonna be a doofus saying, oh, the party switched and all. No, they didn't. I think like only one Republican switched over to the Democrat Party during this whole Southern strategy shit. There was I want to say, it wasn't David Duke, it was somebody else. Who was the KKK Democrat that never switched parties? He was a Democrat through and through and stayed a Democrat. He was KKK and stayed a Democrat. So, listen, I'm Hotep. So all of this, love affair that people be having with the two-party system, I don't really participate in. But again, what's wrong with saying the Democrats has always been around and ain't nothing new? Why does this have to be framed? Bird. Yes, Bird. Yep, Bird. That was his name. So, like, when it comes to this, like, yo, dog, you'll never hear me say that Republicans aren't racist. You'll never hear me say that. But you'll also never hear me say that Democrats aren't racist. And that be the problem with niggas. Niggas want to root for their teams, and they really want to root for blue. When I heard the saying years ago, vote blue no matter who, I knew this was a psyop. I knew niggas were brainwashed. I knew niggas really legitimately didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Blue, no matter who, that's like the complete opposite of what politics actually is. Vote this party no matter who is running. What? And unfortunately, I seen niggas saying this shit. I seen black people saying this garbage. Blue no matter who. People saying that I'm not even for Hillary, I'm just against Trump. It's like, fam, whether you are for or against that woman, if you vote for her, you are for her. So whether you say you for it or not, if you vote for that woman, you're for it. The same thing with these Republicans now being mad at the way the Trump administration is handling things. You voted for that, Jack. You gotta hold it down. I'm not saying that that's you explicitly voted for these things, but you definitely voted for the possibility of it happening. And you gotta stand on that. See, me, I don't trust either party. I thought Trump was funny. I ain't gonna front. Trump is charismatic as a motherfucker. Can't deny that. You know, us New Yorkers have that ability. You know what I mean? But yeah, like when it came down to the promises that he was making, I was fucking with it. I remember I was like, okay, he said no tax on tips and overtime. And then he also said that he was going to get rid of income tax. Now, listen, that was the big one for me. But I knew that was a far-fetched promise. But it sounded good. I ain't going to lie. That shit was a good idea. Keeping more of my goddamn money? Yeah, I'm with that shit. For sure. And there was a few things. Of course, the immigration. We got to get the illegals out of here. You know, the estimates that I've been reading online, motherfuckers is talking about like 60 million people, 50 million illegals. What, son? That is a lot, bro. It's 330 million people. So 10% will be 33 million people. And we got twice that. Damn near. Damn near twice that, fam. We talking about, like, what, son? 15, what's that, 15%? 20%? Like, that's insane. So, of course, I want to get rid of them. Y'all gotta go. I don't give a fuck about none of them sob stories, dog. You gotta get the fuck up out of here. You gotta go. You gotta go. Oh, the illegals, they pay taxes and all this other shit. Like, yeah, but how much is the taxpayer paying for illegal for allowing illegals to be in here? And I'm pretty sure that is more. So, yeah, I want them going. So, his platform spoke the most to me, but I still couldn't vote. At the time, chat, I had a felony. I was a felon at the time of election. Now, I'll keep it gangster. I would have voted for Trump. I forgot who the independent people was running. I forgot her name. It was a light-skinned dude and a white lady. Cause I remember they was on Breakfast Club running. I might have voted for them. I'm not sure. Got chats. Who was that? Who was the white lady and the light skinned dude that went on Breakfast Club, and they was running for a third party? You know what I'm saying? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know who was that. Who was that person? Cause I'm at a loss. But I probably would, I probably would have voted for them. But I'm not one of those people that don't, understand the nuances of politics and shit like that. My whole thing is just that I don't, believe that Kamala was going to be a net positive at all. So she was disqualified off the rip. It wasn't even because she was a Democrat. It was because of the platforms that she stood on. Her track record was not impressive. It was anti, pretty much all the shit that I was standing on. The things that she was promising, I didn't respect. Yeah, what was that, Gloria Stein or something like that? It was one of them. But they was up there. They was saying some good stuff. So I probably would have voted for them. You dig? But again, Jill Stein. Yeah. I might have voted for her. So yeah, when I'm looking at this type of stuff, like, they have demonized our history so much, man, to where now our history is just this. This is the perfect encapsulation of what I be telling y'all. This is what they do to Black American history. This is the perfect encapsulation of it. So this is black people, historic black people. This mother obviously sending her children to a newly integrated school or whatever. And the caption is MAGA has always been around and ain't nothing new. So again, fuck the black people that's in this. They're side characters. We're gonna focus on the racist white people. This is how black American history has been told for the past generation, almost 2 generations or 2.5 generations. This is how they treat it. Just white people as the main characters and black people are the side characters. I'm not making this up. This is literally how he framed it. First of all, he evoked 21st century white people. Like, he called them MAGA, which is what the fuck, like, anyway. He called them MAGA. You feel me? And then proceeded to just use this black family as fodder to highlight the racism. And this is what I'm talking about. You see how he is just using this black mother and children as side characters to showcase the white history here, the white racism here? And I'm telling you, and if y'all think I'm bullshitting, let's see what the comments have to say. Let's see if the comments are about to be talking about the resilience or the autonomy of black people versus the racism of white people. Let's see. Oh, so we got one. These are not Democrats. You cannot have millions of unvetted illegals, blah, blah, boom. And he says, wake up, Kimber, it's 2025. These people would be Republicans today. So they're talking about the party switch. So again, these same people will be Republicans today. As if that matters. As if the Democrats are the good guys. The Democrats have been running black American cities for the past 60, 70, sometimes even 80, 100 years. And look at the black American community. What has the Democrats done for you niggas to be so fucking loyal to them? I really don't get it. I truly am at a loss for that. I know how they got y'all. I know how FDR and them had the Negro cabinet, how white college students were walking through newly migrated black Americans from the South into northern cities, knocking on doors, getting them to register to vote. And if they were going to register to vote, you should register for the Democrats and shit like that. I know how they started, but I'm legitimately trying to understand, with all of the shit that happened based upon these votes and your support of the Democrats, why are you continuing to support these politicians in this party? I don't get it. Excuse me. Republicans, when it came down to Trump, right? Trump, I remember telling black America when he first ran for president, was his major message was, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? You've been voting Democrat all of these years. Give me a shot. Just give me a shot. If I'm no better, then you haven't advanced, and you haven't been advancing anyway. So I've only costed you 4 years of your time. And the next time that I run, you feel me? You just don't vote for me. But that. Do you know how crazy that is? That's a logical thing to say, and it's not illogical at all to say that. If you are watching somebody make these same decisions over and over, no matter what, blue no matter who, right? Blue no matter who. And blue no matter who is fucking these people over and over again. And they're still saying blue no matter who. The best way to appeal to you is to be like, yo, son, what do you have to lose? You've been voting for this same party for the past 60 years, and they have given you nothing but more strife, more grief, more poverty, more bigotry of low expectations. They have only been fucking you over. What do you got to lose by fucking with me? So again, what allegiance, like what merit should these Democrats be, held to such a high regard? I don't get it. And if I was one of those staunch Democrats, I would be on their ass. That's the reason why I fuck with Sonny so much. Sonny is a black conservative, okay, through and through. She upholds those values through and through. And you know who she bombs on the most? Republicans. She bombs on Republicans more than she bombs on the Democrats. Now, don't get me wrong. She'll fuck a progressive up. She'll fuck a Democrat up. But when it comes down to what matters the most, She's checking her own party because she understands I gotta check my crib first. I gotta check the people that I fuck with first. And I asked on Twitter, like, yo, is there a Democrat version of Sonny Johnson? Is there a Democrat version of Sonny Johnson? To where there are black Democrats who are going out of their way to consistently and continually hold Democrats accountable. I haven't seen them. I've only heard bullshit like blue no matter who. I haven't heard that from black conservatives. They got their own problems, because you already know I got my beef with black conservatives and shit like that. But I haven't heard them say nonsense like that, especially after decades, several decades of that blue no matter who fucking them over. So anyway, I think it's going to be mostly people arguing with him about who started the KKK. Let's see. No. Yeah. So it's just a bunch of the Republicans in here. It's still the same slogans, centering white people. That's people defending Republicans is pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah, the KKK in church. There's all of the famous pictures that they use. So yeah, it wasn't even about black people. They either arguing who really created the KKK or who originally created the KKK, or they arguing about or talking about the racism of white people. Let's see. Sammy says Sonny understands the reason blacks vote Democrat is because lily white Republicans' refusal to spread well-grounded message in the black neighborhoods. Yeah, that's one thing I will give Democrats. Their ground game is second to none. Nobody is running on the ground like the Democrats in these communities. They were abandoned. So again, the history portion of this. Black Americans were staunch Republicans from the beginning. They helped found the Republican Party. And, they were against slavery and all this other stuff, while the Democrats were for, obviously, slavery. Well, obviously for slavery. And once the lily whites came in, Republicans abandoned black Americans to court them to get more support in the South by Democrats. I tell y'all about the Compromise of 1877. Right? The Compromise of 1877. They had another one, but I'm thinking of the 1877 one. So Compromise of 1877, also known as the Wormley Agreement, the Tilden-Hayes Compromise, the Bargain of 1877, or the Corrupt Bargain, was a speculated, unwritten political deal in the United States to settle intense dispute over the results of the 1876 presidential election, ending the filibuster of the certified whatever. But yeah, this was a backdoor deal that happened that basically said, yo, if y'all want all of this Southern support from Democrats, y'all got to get the federal troops out of the South. And the federal troops were the main reason why, were the main force stopping the lynchings, the terrorism, and stuff like that towards black people from white terrorists. So the troops leave, and they abandon the Black American Republican. They were still Republican all the way up into... Well, I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. I saw even late 19th century dealings with Democrats. It was very peculiar, but not really when you see that in 1877 they were starting to abandon them. So starting honestly in the late 19th century, sprinkled here and there, but going more so in the top of the 20th century, more and more black Americans were being courted or at least thinking about voting Democrat because of the abandoned strategy of the Republicans during this time. And then the Democrats used that. So you had millions of black Americans leaving the South, coming up north. And so they would just do the groundwork, yo. They would do the groundwork. They would go door to door, talk to these people, and use their wants and needs to advance their political party. That's it. That's it. They just showed black Americans that they gave just enough of a fuck to, get their support. And that's what happened. That's simply what happened. My whole thing is, even with the ground game and all this other shit, it's like, okay, the ground game is what it is, but look at the results. Like, all right, cool, they got you. So I'm not questioning how they got you. I'm questioning how they keeping you. How are they keeping y'all? Because I'm telling you, if I vote for you and you fuck me over and you try to come back in my neighborhood to get reelected, I'm cursing you out. And I'm telling you to get the fuck off my porch. I'm telling you to get the fuck out of my face. I'm just letting you know. You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is, I just do not understand how they were able to continuously and increasingly get more support. Like, yo, black people are voting for Democrats like 9 out of 10 times, fam. That's insane. That's insane. So, that's why I bookmarked this. So, I'm not into sports like that. Shout out to the athletes. Shout out to sports ball. And I'm definitely not familiar with the WNBA. But what I am familiar with is self-hating coons. I'm well versed in that. So over the last week or whatever, this woman, I don't know, named Paige, I guess she's a WNBA star or whatever. She was seen out partying with the, I want to say the stud, they're called the stud buds. And that's, you know, whatever, you know, do your thing. And she's jamming, you know, with black people in the spots and shit like that, having a good old time. White woman, clearly, obviously, a white woman, but a black woman who, until further notice, is a fucking bot. He's a robot. Says Paige is so black. Like, I don't care what y'all say. She's invited to church, the cookouts, and the family reunions. Come on, niece. Lord have mercy, chat. What the fuck? Yo, first of all, we're not inviting any of y'all to the cookout. Now, when it comes to, we'll get into the whole inviting people to the cookout thing, because I got my own little view on that. We'll get to that in a second. But because this white woman, what is she even rapping?
What she say? Hold on, go ahead, son. Now you're gone. What am I gonna do? Hey!
So because she's singing Keisha Cole. So because this white woman, I mean a very clear white woman. This is a white woman, son. I don't even think you can get more Caucasian than this. This is max Caucasity right here. Look at this. This woman is the whitest of white women. Like this, oh my goodness, bro. I've never seen a whiter woman. This woman is absolutely white. And that's fine, yo. Shout out to the whites. But this woman says Paige is so black. Like, I don't care what y'all say. So she don't give a fuck what I got to say about this, what you got to say about this, what the Black American delegation has to say about this. She is going to usher this white woman into every church, cookout, and family reunion in Black America if it was up to her. Because this white woman can sing Keisha Cole off key drunkenly in a club. Now, fuck the invite for a second. You know what really was bugged out about this shit? Is that instead of this white just being a white woman who was enjoying our music, Keisha Cole's music, she got to be black according to Dawn. Paige is so black. Why? Why, Dawn? Why is Paige so black? You see what I'm talking about? Do y'all see? Yeah, like she's like, yeah, you can tell her, like, her ancestors came straight from Britain. Like, that's Anglo right there. That's Aryan right there. That's white, son. That is European, son. That is, yeah. Like, there's not a nigga at all in her lineage. At all. So, this black woman just said that this white woman is black. She's so black because she's singing one song that a black woman made off key, likely drunk in a club. That's all it takes. That's all it takes for you to be black. And this is, again, what I am talking about. I want y'all to know that these mainstream Negroes, these new Negroes, don't even know who they are. Like, again, when you don't know your history, if you don't know where you came from, you this is the bullshit you on. You on this type of time. You think that this shit is authentic. You think that because this white woman just knows R&B music, that she's like a super white, that she is an ally to you. Now, when we get to talking about William O'Neal and the way that he was able to set Fred Hampton up, imagine if our guards was even lower than Fred Hampton's guard was high. He understood that he was being, going to war with the government, and he still was being able to be infiltrated. Do you honestly think if Fred Hampton was walking around and looked at every white person and being like, yo, well, since you know fucking James Brown, or since you know Curtis Mayfield, you feel me? You are now an honorary Black Panther. Like, what, nigga? But this is the barrier to entry to be black now. You could be as visibly white as, like, this is the whitest woman I've ever seen in my life, son. By far, top white woman I've ever seen in my life, son. And she was dubbed black by a black woman because she could sing Keisha Cole in the club drunk. That's all it takes. Extremely unserious people, son. Unserious as hell. And y'all be calling me, not y'all, but they be calling me all types of this, that, and the third because I don't fuck with it, chat. I don't fuck with it. These people are out of their mind, son. She's black. Now, that's not the worst of it. She called this white woman niece because she sings Keisha Cole. And then I bookmarked somebody else pointing out something else that she said. So, let's see. Robert Irwin, Steve Irwin's son, legend. Rest in peace, Steve Irwin. Rest in peace to the crocodile hunter. Peace up. You know what I'm saying? Big part of my my childhood, Steve Irwin and Terry. You know what I'm saying? Steve Irwin was a G. And I'm glad that he was so impactful, and his legacy is what it is, that his son wanted to step into his footsteps. You feel me? Extremely, I got mad love for the Irwin family and the legacy of Steve Irwin. You dig what I'm saying? But here comes this broad again. Do you know you have black aunties and uncles that are proud of you with the eye-watering emojis? Like, who is this lady, first of all? Because if I go to her page, I know she got 5-figure followers. I know she do. I know if I go to her page, she's going to have 5-figure followers. Let's see. Let me follow what she got, chat. Mom, award-winning journalist, cultural critic at Black Press USA, the host of the To Be Clear podcast, and has almost 6-figure following. 90,000 followers. You see what I'm saying, son? Mental health advocate. Views are my own. Never. I pride myself on that. I pride myself on never having to say that my views are my own and not my employer. Not even the whole shit about being employed or not. I will never make that. Like, first of all, has that ever worked? Has that ever worked when it came down to a motherfucker saying some offensive shit or something that somebody was offended by and then contacting that person's job, and because they put in the bio, views are my own, not my employer, they didn't get fired? Again, it's just like the thing we're arguing with police on the side of the road. Like, when has it ever worked? When has the masses of people coming out against your fucking tweet being like, the employer being like, yo, listen, her views are her own or his views are his own, and they don't reflect us as a company or whatever. Nah, they fire your ass. So you put that in the bio don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. You getting fired regardless, Jack. If enough white women and enough people come through and being like, oh, this person offended me with their tweets, fire them. You getting fired, son. You are unemployed, G. So I pride myself on never being like that. I don't give a fuck. I know how to make money for myself. That's one thing I pride myself on. And no matter where I am in the world, I'll be able to turn $1 into $2 every single time. You feel me? But yeah, 4.3 million views of this nonsense. I don't get it, fam. I don't get it. These people are not actually black for real, son. We just gotta call a spade a spade. These niggas is not black. They are white on the inside, son. They, you know what? They not. Yes, they're white, but it's really just anti-black on the inside. They're anti-black on the inside, totally. And then yeah, the Captain Planet shit. The Captain Planet shit. Listen to this shit.
That the Earth's resources are limited.
You do not need to have a big family, because all the world's people are your brothers and sisters.
The power is yours.
See, listen, let me let you know, I never fucked with Captain Planet. I never fucked with Captain Planet. I'm gonna let y'all know that off the rip. I never fucked with her. I mean, fucked with him. Never fucked with Captain Planet. All right? Listen, I'm against pollution. I'm against all of that shit. But this shit was the corniest shit ever when I was a kid. To me, this shit was corny as hell. Fuck Captain Planet. Keeping it G. If you like Captain Planet, that's on you. But I knew I never liked this show. Shout out to Don Cheadle for doing that hilarious skit though. But I never fucked with Captain Planet, son. Thought the name was ass. I thought the theme song, though I know every word of it, was corny. I thought the storylines and like the villains and all of that quote unquote action sequences and shit was always gay. And then now that I'm in my 30s, I got people posting clips and shit like that. And these motherfuckers said, remember, the Earth's resources are limited. You do not need to have a big family because all the world's people are your brother and sister. What? No, they're not. My brothers and sisters are my brothers and sisters. Motherfucker. And what do you mean don't have a big family? I be trying to tell y'all this. All right. I'm glad that this video, I'm going through all of this shit. We ranting tonight. I told you, I'm ranting tonight. I got history for y'all. We're going to do history because history is always going to be integral into this shit. But I'm ranting tonight. I got shit to get off my motherfucking chest. This shit that is bothering me, that has always been bothering me, but I've been playing it fucking cool. But I'm not doing that tonight. It's fuck these people. So fuck that lady that we just was talking about, because I don't fuck with, like, fuck her. Like, just the things that she was saying about white people and being able to fucking dance or sing or some shit. We're not doing that. They're not black because they can sing or dance. When it comes down to the enemy, y'all have to understand that they are going to tell you, like, your enemy, y'all only know one way. You only know when your enemy is on the offensive, they are actively physically attacking you or verbally attacking you. That's the only time that you can recognize an enemy. And that's because you don't understand warfare and you don't understand strategy. Okay? These people are doing things right in front of your face and you are allowing it and accepting it because at the point of inception, it felt good. At the point of conception, it felt good. But as it grows and permeates throughout your community and permeates throughout your mind, it's fucking you over. And so what y'all have to understand is that your quote unquote fucking allies are always going to tell you to do the things that you shouldn't be doing as a way to get to progress. So the enemy wants you to be as isolated as possible. They want you to be away from your family. They do not want you to emphasize family at all. They want you to think that family is only a hindrance to you. They want you to think that family is a problem. You know what I'm saying? They want you to believe that more people on earth or having more people in your community or more people in your household is going to be a net negative, and when they, the enemy, right? People call it white supremacy and all, white supremacists and shit. I'm talking about like the shadow government. These motherfuckers all that they do, they base everything on their families. They base everything on their last names. They base everything on lineage. They base everything on making sure that they're keeping power within their bloodlines by having as many people in their bloodline. Having as many sons, especially, but having as many sons and daughters to be able to pass down this power to. So they tell you only have one kid, you feel me, max 2. They tell you that you are a cancer to the planet. They tell you that you need to abort and you need to downsize and you need to not emphasize family, while they do the complete opposite of what you're doing. I'm trying to tell you, if you really want to win the game, because this is a game, okay? This is a game. If you really want to win the game, you have to do the complete opposite of what the public is being told to do. I'm not talking about following the laws and shit like that. Follow the laws. But as far as the social and cultural things that they want you to do, as far as mainstream media is concerned, do the complete fucking opposite and you'll win the game every single time. When motherfuckers are telling you on the mainstream media that your teenage years and your 20s are the years for you to fuck off, understand that those are the specific and exact years you need to be locking in the most. Because every last one of the overachievers, of the successful people, they got the ball rolling in their teenage. They tell you stories about like Colonel Sanders and shit not getting his first big break until his 60s and shit, but that is to get you lost in the pimping. They do not want you to be a genius in your teenage or your pre-teenage, because then the world is your oyster as you progress. Because you're only going to get smarter, you're only going to become more resourceful, and if you're smart and resourceful, you'll have enough to maintain and provide for yourself, which gives you more incentive to have a big, huge fucking family, because you can take care of them. So if you are already like Master Willie Butler, right, who was a child prodigy at the violin, and by the time you're 22, you know what I'm saying, 10 years later, from 12 to 22, you have started your family, you got money stacked away, you have been, using your skills for the greater good, creating a music school or curriculum for music and shit like that. They don't want you to enterprise like that. They want you to just buy violins. They want you just to go to violin concerts. They want you to just to be a consumer and not a producer. That's what they want. That's why they make it easier and easier for consumers. Y'all notice that. You feel me? They make it extremely easy for you to be a consumer these days, to the point to where now motherfuckers is entitled to their consumer goods. You feel me? They're fucking entitled. If DoorDash don't come fast enough, if the fast food line is not moving fast enough, you dig what I'm saying? These motherfuckers is gonna get irate. They're gonna curse you the fuck out. They gonna shit on you. But nobody knows how to make anything. That's left to the fucking robots and shit like that. No fucking skills. That's what they want. They want you to be unskilled drones who do nothing but consume all day. They want you obese. They want you obedient. They want you to have no curiosity whatsoever. Never ask the left hand what the right hand is doing. They don't want you curious. They don't want you to be inquisitive. They don't want you to actually build or be producers of anything. They just want you to be fucking consumers. And they're going to do everything in their power to make that shit as attractive and comfortable and convenient as possible for you to do. It's extremely easy for you to be sedentary in the 21st century. Do you know how easy it is to never leave your house? If you work from home and you get in DoorDash, that right there is the main things why people in America leave their house. Especially if you're not an active person, if you don't work out, you don't do anything like that. You leave the house to go to work, or you leave the house to go get your food. But now you can Instacart your groceries, DoorDash your ready hot meals, and work from the crib. Like, the sedentary lifestyle is being pushed on to American people in a major way, and people are not peeping that shit. They're not peeping it. And I'm about to bring up the movie Wall-E. Wall-E showed exactly what the agenda is. Where it's about to be a bunch of just gelatinous, obese people laying in their goddamn easy chairs all day, floating through goddamn space, consuming TV and food all day. And the illest part about it is that they make you want to do that shit. That shit feels good. Lounging all goddamn day, eating all goddamn day feels amazing, especially when the food is filled with chemicals that have been engineered by food scientists that have studied your tongue surface to make sure when chips, fries, burgers, pizza, juice, whatever the fuck it is, when it hits your fucking tongue and it hits your mouth, that it has a psychological reaction, an emotional reaction to the shit. That's why when motherfuckers get all sad and shit, that's what they go do. They go eat their emotions. They do this on purpose. They want y'all to be mindless drones, fam. And the more and more that we see the bullshit on the timeline, the more and more we see the agenda is working. And that is the reason why I am done. You think I'm about to waste my time with this lady? With this fucking lady? Am I supposed to, not her. I'm supposed to help this lady? I'm supposed to help Dawn? I'm supposed to stop what I'm doing for the babies and teaching them history so they can be, you know, well equipped out here for the present and the future, to stop and try to educate this middle-aged black woman about how ridiculous this tweet is? I'm not doing that shit, man. I'm not doing that. All right, so let's see what the chat is saying, man. Yo, is this for real? Was that an actual episode? And the Russian told the American audience, yes, the Russian told the American audience to stop having babies. Like, come on, son. How more on the nose can we get? Commie shit, bro. Big commie shit, Sammy. Yes, that's a real episode. Jason says didn't get to answer earlier. Sonny like Teslin Figaro, but she basically calls out Dems only so far and is still biased towards Dems. Oh, okay. Shout out to Tez. I think somebody did bring her name up when I had that tweet. So yeah, that's what's up. I think when I went to her page, she didn't tweet in mad long, so it wasn't even worth following her. But shout out to her. Sammy says they don't want you to get uppity and create and buy your own equity. Yeah, that was a bar, by the way. That was rap. You rap, Sammy? They don't want you to get uppity, create and buy your own equity. Ow. Okay. Shout out to Sammy with the bars. But yeah, that's a fact. They don't want you owning your own land, man. When we was on Earl Landix, pause his I hate to pause his last name, but Landix is crazy. When we went to his page, we saw all of those landowners, man. You think they sitting here buying into the propaganda about having as small enough families as possible and not buying land? Nah. They doing the complete opposite. That's how you win the game. When the factions and the mainstream media tells you to spend your money here, spend your money there, and to be a motherfucking consumer, be a producer. When they tell you to frivolously spend your money, invest it, save it, stack it, buy fucking Bitcoin, motherfucking buy assets. Do you know the cheat code in finances? And it's not even so much a cheat code, it's just common sense. What financially literate people do, and it does not matter the income bracket. You could be making 60 grand a year and do this shit. You know what I'm saying? But what financially literate people do is that they make their money and they buy assets with their money. And then when they want to buy something or invest in more things, they borrow against an appreciating asset. Let's just say a stock portfolio, right? The stock portfolio is full of a bunch of solid companies that are giving an annual return anywhere between 7 and 15, 20% a year. They'll borrow against that stock portfolio and buy more investments. After they buy those more investments, of course, they pay themselves back from the loan that they gave themselves. Interest rates be super low, like 4%. I know when I borrow against my assets, I only got to pay like anywhere between, I think the most I paid was 5%, and that was during like COVID and shit like that. I think it's back down to like 4.25% or some shit like that. And then I pay myself back. So I have the assets that I've always had. I didn't have to sell them. I borrowed against them, bought more assets with the shit. And then from the money from this newly acquired asset, I'm able to fucking buy a non-essential item or two. But it took 2 rounds of assets to get to that 1 round of liabilities. That is how you manage your money well. When you are investing more than you're spending on liabilities. That's how you should do shit. Whenever you having a major purchase like buying a car, or buying a crib and shit like that, invest the money, borrow against your portfolio, and then pay yourself back. The interest rate is going to be much lower than borrowing from a fucking bank or shit like that. And then you'll be able to keep the assets and also acquire whatever the fuck you wanted to acquire. Now, this is not financial advice, because I'm not about to have y'all sue me because I'm speaking common sense. But look up this strategy. And the reason why that most financially literate people use it is because you don't pay taxes on these loans. Like, you don't pay taxes on this money at all. So, again, that's just a little thing. So, again, just do the opposite of what the mainstream media is telling you to do, and you'll be just fine. Most people are going to listen to the mainstream media, and that's the reason why most people are failures. That's the reason why most people are fat. That is the reason why most people are dumb. That is the reason why most of our babies can't read, is because their parents are ingesting this bullshit. 85%. Let's not forget, 85%, 8.5 out of every 10 cannot read at grade level. We are dealing with an issue, and what I'm here to say is you have to be above it. I know that in some of these people's minds is that it would be good that our government didn't hate us so much. It would be fire if our government wasn't as corrupt as it was. But even with all the fuck shit in America, as far as our government is concerned, you still have the ability to do the complete opposite and still remain lawful in this country. You still have the ability to build wealth and health in your household right now. You have the ability to wake up every morning and do at least 45 minutes of concerted physical activity. You have the ability to take in less calories than you actually exert. That you're not sitting here eating a whole bunch of bullshit all day, every day, and you're actually using your body for what it's supposed to be. Like, I be asking people, like, yo, when's the last time you jumped up and down? When's the last time you jumped up and down? When's the last time you did a cartwheel? When's the last time you did a jumping jack? When's the last time you did some squats? When's the last time you did some push-ups? When's the last time you did some sit-ups? Like, when's the last time you actually used your body? Like, think about that shit. Like, people just don't be using their body. They sit down all day. They don't even use their body. Outside of walking to their car, maybe walking around the mall or some shit. Like, when's the last time you just sprinted out of nowhere? When's the last time you climbed something? Legit. When the last time you used your body? There's no government stopping you from doing that shit. But they got you so focused on the pimping that you would rather, focus on the ease of life. And that's what be getting people fucked up. That's what be getting people fucked up. So what else we got in the bookmarks? Okay, this is bullshit. I don't even know why I bookmarked it. I'm not going to talk about this shit. Just listen to it and we're going to move on.
Not only her DNA, her MT. Hey guys, what's up? You know who this is. It's Babu. Listen, I just want to give you some facts. Fanny's DNA, not only her DNA, her mtDNA does not trace back to African haplogroups. Now, what does that mean? What that means is what we've been telling people. We are original to the Americas way before our African sisters and brothers. It's real simple. This is all science. Because, they want you to break out the science. So for the non-sun loving folk, or for the folk who were brought in on boats and it wasn't us, check this out. Fanny Campbell, she's still living. She's a professor at a major university right now.
Yo, Chad. What the fuck do these niggas be talking about, son? legit, we gave this nigga 47 seconds of our time. And I want to know what the fuck he's been saying so far. Nothing. So I looked this person up, and I didn't see any Fanny Campbell. We could do it again. Maybe I'm wrong. We can do this shit again. We can do it live on stream. I have no problem. I don't know who the fuck Fanny Campbell is. I'm sorry, this fan is in the way. Hold on. Fanny Campbell. The female pirate captain? Is that who we talking about? Is that who we talking about? The female pirate captain? Like, he said professor. Like, who the fuck is he talking about? Keep it going.
So here's your proof. I want you guys to put it out there. Now, we walk in silence. We're not trying to prove anything. But when they come at you, call you names and all this stuff, we still walk in silence. We teach. Because you're not at my level.
Dog, that be the shit. I ain't gonna lie. I know I be having like an air of arrogance when it come to my shit, an air of confidence and shit when it come to my streams and the way that I talk and all of that shit. So I'm not going to sit here and knock anybody for their arrogance or their confidence. But again, my arrogance and my confidence comes from like data, like actual primary sourced like shit that actually happened. So we started with Fanny. Okay, Fanny Campbell. Nothing came up but a novel. Okay, of a female pirate. Then we can look up, what is this shit? Haplogroup X2A. What is that? Is a specific branch of the human mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA haplogroup X, primarily found in Native American populations. It is believed to have originated in Beringia, the land bridge, okay, the Barrens, okay, that was once connected in North America. Okay, so let's just do this in Fanny Campbell and see what we got. So we got a Facebook. We got a Facebook link. Of course it's AI, bro. Of course it should. It's just this nigga's picture. This nigga's video again. This is what I'm talking about. Yo, chat. You know we fact check shit in real time. And what you will always see when these niggas get the lying and making shit up, and there's nothing, all you are going to see is just more of the one source just remixed and re-uploaded on different platforms. So this shit is already on Twitter. I knew it came from Facebook. It looked like some Facebook shit, but look at the fucking, we got Instagram logos up here, TikTok logos down here on Twitter. And then we see it on Facebook. This is it. This is strictly trust me, bro. Strictly trust me, bro. Like, that's it. And that's another thing. Memphis points it out. It's AI. These motherfuckers. Yo, I'm telling y'all, mark my words. The infusion of AI in historical narratives is about to fuck up the discourse of history even further than what it is right now. I know that's not a crazy ass statement to make because we've already seen it with motherfucking, who was the real creator of Hennessy Chat? Was it Pierre Neptune? Motherfucking cartoon character of a name if I ever heard of it. Or Willie Techman Jenkins. So they're already doing this shit that with AI. But I know it's going to get worse. In the coming decade, it's going to get extremely worse. Because look at this. You got this old nigga sitting here arrogantly being like, listen, we walk in silence. We just deal with the facts. And he up here lying his ass off.
So I got to teach you. That's for sure. So again, this is for the sun gods. Sun goddesses, divine feminine energy. Let's go. Haplogroup X2A. This is us. Rooted in mtDNA is found only in the Americas, especially among Cherokee. That's me, y'all. That's me. I've been trying to tell you and love on you and share this with you. That's us, okay?
Yo, man. Maybe that's my problem, chat. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I don't have enough showmanship. I'm not as sensational as these fucking people, man. Because this nigga I don't know if he created this picture. I don't know if he genuinely believes this is like an actual document. I don't know if he thinks this is real. Listen, one thing that I know about Generation X when it comes to the internet, these old niggas will fall for anything. Generation X, our parents' generation, oh my God. You can pull a fast one over these people. So now listen, I am going to do an entire episode about this because I do know that there is some mixture between Black Americans and indigenous or Native Americans. I know that, going back hundreds of years. I am not sitting here saying that that's not a thing, that black people don't have Indian in their family, right? That's a thing. But to think that the end all be all to all of this shit is just the Americas, I don't know. I'm not sure. I do know that as far as America is concerned, as far as the transatlantic slave trade is concerned, only 5% of those African slaves made it here. You feel me? The bulk of them landed in Brazil and shit like that. So only 5% of the Africans in the transatlantic slave trade actually made it to North America. That I do know. So it's, yeah, you know what I'm saying? The mixture of natives and indigenous people, you dig what I'm saying, with these imported slaves from, hundreds of years ago, can create different communities. The Creole people in Louisiana had this relationship. You dig what I'm saying? Gullah Geechees. So it's like, I'm just not one of those people that's about to sit here and just throw away Africa altogether out of Black American history, especially when it comes to like our distant lineages and shit like that. But I do believe that there are some groups of people who would be considered Black American today who don't have any black in them. I say all of that to say that's not everybody, okay? Especially after hundreds of years, bro. If you don't think you have no African in your blood, that's just as insane as saying that you don't have no European in your blood. I don't know if niggas know how this shit really works, fam. Like, I don't know if y'all actually know that. I was reading an article. I didn't clip it. I should have clipped it. But I was reading an article where somebody in the newspaper like 100 years ago was like, yo, about 50% of Black Americans have European ancestry or some shit like that. This was in the 20th century. Like, so I'm not saying he doesn't have Cherokee blood. I have Native American in my family. You feel me? So I'm not saying that. I am saying though, like, the way y'all be pushing this shit is like y'all almost are trying to say that all of or most of Black Americans' lineage is only Native American only and is devoid of African. And I get the delineation shit, like I get it, the FBA lineage and the movement and all of that. I get it. I fuck with some FBA people. You dig what I'm saying? But when it comes down to this lineage, I hope y'all know that for the most part, yo, Black Americans are mixed between African, European, and Native American. That's going to be the primary mixes. Okay? Creole people, like, just look at them. Look at the old depictions of them. Look at your contemporary Creole people right now. There's going to be mixtures in that shit. So, yeah. I'm going to do more in-depth research on this shit. I'm going to see. But from the knowledge that I have right now, there were distinct groups. Black Americans, Native Americans, European Americans, and different variations of mixing from there. All right. So, what else? Oh. Shit. Oh, I put it in the drafts because it didn't tweet. That's what like, why is it not on my thing? All right, so another quick note. Somebody on the timeline has said, what are some black traditions that you won't be following? Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit was already triggering because I'm like, y'all niggas don't even uphold no black traditions for real. Y'all don't. So let me tweet this shit. Let me get it out the drafts. Hopefully it'll be tweeted. Did it go? Alright, so we was able to tweet it. So let's go to my page. Let's go to my page. I love streaming so much. I appreciate y'all being in here, man. Here we go. I just tweeted this shit 9 seconds ago. So, what's a black tradition that you disagree with? Me putting your kids out at 18. So we automatically are starting off on the wrong foot from the OP. The person who wrote this tweet is again conflating black American history or black American traditions with some bullshit. Okay? Putting your kids out at 18 is not a black tradition. It is not. We emphasize family. And you know what? Because I got what I just thinking about the last rant that I had. The Illuminati, the shadow government, you know, whoever the fuck, the powers that be, they did, like, we ran in opposition to them naturally. Do you know how many stories? First of all, when it came down to black American family structures, having the most amount of kids just made the most sense. Survivability, being able to have as many hands working on the family farm or the family business or whatever. Also, proper hygiene, proper emphasis on education. Like, we did that naturally. You dig what I'm saying? But, so that's just like naturally black Americans were the solution. Our culture was the solution to the ills that we see today. And by it being so old, now it's a tradition. But anyway, that's not a black tradition. But I did want to see. I wanted to go through the comments and see what the people had to say. Let's see. Only invested in personal development through sports. Having a coach is great, but what about one you'd actually trade places with? Start attending 2 or 3 conferences a year with people who look like you and winning in life beyond the field and arena. Okay. I don't know if that's a black tradition. I don't know if people are actually understanding the question. Look at this. Putting the utility bills in your child's name and social security number. What? The kids eat first. Absolutely not. I'm grabbing. Okay. So, chat, you see what we are up against. So, boom. Let's start with this one. I think this is a fairly popular person. Putting the utility bills in your child's name and social security number. What the fuck? How is that a black American tradition? How is that a tradition? Yo, bad. So now we are now just calling traditions behaviors of people of the past. That's what we have, compartmentalized and reduced our history to. Do you see the bastardization of black American history? Maybe I'm just keen on it because I studied this shit for a reason. I mean, for a living. But the conflation between bad behavior and black American history, this is what I'm talking about. They want us and black American culture and traditions to be synonymous with second-class citizenry. They want black American culture to be synonymous with degeneracy. This is fraud. They are literally conflating fraud, son. Fraud with black American traditions, fam. That's not a tradition, bro. That's some poverty shit. So, again, when it comes down to this shit, bro, like, this is an issue for me. So, boom. I will say this. When it comes down to the right way to do this would be to open up a credit card in your child's name when they're born, and then being able to build on their credit their entire life. And then once they turn 18, they'll have a perfect credit score because the first 18 years of their life, they were quote unquote keeping the payments up on this credit card. Now, that's a great way to put something in your child's name that's actually going to help them. You dig what I'm saying? But to make putting bills in your child's name synonymous with black tradition is fucking crazy. Next up, we have. Oh, what's going on with my cursor? Why is my mouse doing this? There we go. The next up, we have the kids eat first. Absolutely not. Wait, absolutely not. I'm grabbing first plate every time. Now, this is actually a black tradition. Why the fuck would you want to make sure the weakest in the house got food first? I don't understand that. As a provider, you 100% want to make sure that your children are eating first. You want to make sure that they're nourished first. Likewise, the biggest motherfucker in the house gets the biggest piece of chicken. I don't eat chicken, but the biggest piece of whatever the entree is. He's the breadwinner. He makes all of the motherfucking money in the house. That's the reason why he gets the big piece of chicken. So the kids eat first. The breadwinner gets the biggest piece of chicken, and then the mom cooks the food, makes sure that the family is taken care of, and she gets her rewards on weekends, Mother's Day, anniversaries, birthdays, and all of that stuff. You feel me? Everybody eats. I don't know why you would want to stop that tradition. Eating rice and stew on Sunday like we were always celebrating something. So this is a Nigerian person, so I don't know. We're just gonna skip that one. I was the last of 3 siblings to be put out, and I was 14. By 11, my mother made it clear she was done parenting. So this is just terrible parenting. That's not black American traditions. That's fucking crazy. Not talking about finances early on in the house, making money sound evil, but at the same time telling your kids they can be whatever they want to be. Again, not a black American tradition. I mean, are you talking about the same traditions that, applauded wealth building, enterprising, group economics, and shit like that? Like, this is terrible. Also, I want to keep in mind is that most of these quote unquote traditions are going to be things from the 1960s to now. They're not about to be talking about shit that was happening in the 1920s, 1890s, 1930s, and no shit like that. They don't have a frame of reference for this shit. The old days, like shit. My daughter's generation thinks the year that I was born, they call it the 1900s. Like, they call it the 1900s, bro. You see what I'm saying? So she thinks that that's some far off time in history. 1989 might as well have been like 300 BC to my daughter. You know what I'm saying? So again, they are going to be attributing a lot of these quote unquote traditions to the era of black American history that I tell you everything went topsy-turvy in the first place. So keep that in mind. So not talking about finances is not a black American tradition. That's fucking dumb. Now, I will say the very religious of us during, like I said, given the time frame that I'm talking about, they were big on the love of money is the root of all evil. That's the real scripture. It's not money is the root of all evil, but the love of money is the root of all evil. And because they have a very Christian conservative background, they were weary of letting worldly materials corrupt your soul to where, yeah, you've gained all of this money or all of these materials on earth, but you've created committed great sins to be able to build that money, therefore you're going to hell, therefore it wasn't worth it. I get that, and I have seen that, and I won't deny it. I will concede to that. When you saw extremely uber successful black people, there was a sector of black Americans who were like, oh, it was all ill-gotten. the devil and all this other stuff. I will say that. I won't lie and say that didn't happen. Let's see. Oh, but I will say in response to all of that, us enterprising group economics and stuff like that, that was more of our traditions than the zealots who was against wealth building. Sammy says rice and stew on Sunday is definitely a Nigerian tradition, resident Nigerian American, but many African traditions also has the husband serve food first too. Yeah, don't get me wrong, we have rice and stew in America too. It's just that, like, I don't know about every Sunday, bro. Like, like, we had Sunday dinners. I think everybody had Sunday dinners. It's just that rice and stew wasn't like the only Sunday dish that we would have. Not listening and just believing because you're the parent, you're correct. Again, wait, that's not a tradition, bro. Not listening and just believing because you're the parent, you're correct. No, that's not what it was. You need to have an understanding and a clear understanding of the respect that you need to have for your parents. You have to honor thy mother and thy father. Now, they also tell you that you need to honor your children as well. And that's the relationship that needs to be had. That is not a tradition. That is just also bad parenting. But I will also say that in the days of because I said so, there was a level of understanding of responsibility that parents had to keep you from making terrible decisions and keeping you out of harm's way and in danger. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Now, could they have been a little bit more expressive or verbal when it came down to giving commands to their children? Sure. But to think that was like a net negative, no, I don't think so. But I agree. Definitely talk to your kids. Whenever I told my daughters no, I always told them exactly the reason why, so they understood, to give them understanding. However, as a parent, there are going to be certain times where you need to tell your child to do something, and it's strictly off of the strength of me asking. So I tell y'all all of the time the stories about, the reason why my mother told us to leave the chicken out to thaw out so she can cook dinner, right? It wasn't that my mother was unable to do it. She had the ability to do it before she left to go to work. However, it was the responsibility that she was giving me and my sister to do tasks for the sake of doing them, simply because it needs to get done. Especially when the trade-off is that your mother or our mother is going to come home and cook it. The least we can do is take it out of the freezer so it can melt on the counter or in the bowl or whatever the fuck. It's the least you can do. You're not about to sit here and stand in the kitchen for the next hour and a half after working 10-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts, 8-hour shifts, stand in this hot-ass kitchen, cook you a meal so you can scarf it down like it didn't, even mean anything. Like, yeah, the least you can do is throw out the goddamn chicken, fam. Like, that's the least you can do. And you do it because in real life, there are going to be things that you're going to have to do simply off the strength of you needing to do it. Going to the DMV and getting your driver's license, you got to do that. Reporting to work on time. Whether you're sick, tired, whatever it is, you got to do that because you got to keep your job. Cleaning up your house, you got to do that. Keep your house clean. There's going to be things that you are going to have to do strictly because you have to do it. It needs to be done. And you want to be trained early so you don't have to be told every which way as to why you need to do it. Your professor shouldn't tell you why you need to come to class on time. Your employer shouldn't have to tell you why it's important for you to come to work on time. You dig what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to be able to, live your life and forge your life the way you're supposed to. So yes, I agree, giving your children a little bit more context, but also doubling down on doing the work strictly for the purpose of getting the work done. Let's see. Not being able to say a liar is lying. I knew that was going to be another thing. That respecting your elders is going to be on top of the list. That is a Black American tradition, respecting your elders. Listen, man, I don't know what it is about my generation and the generations to follow, but I don't know why they are so fucking gung-ho to be disrespectful to the elders. This is just another part of them having no reverence for where they come from. They can't wait to argue with Granny. They can't wait to pop it at the adults. They can't wait. And that's the reason why you see all of these millennials treat their kids like they're fucking sisters and brothers. So you want to treat the elders like y'all on the same field, and that's not how this fucking works. Because if I catch you disrespecting my granny or yours in front of me, I'm checking you. I don't care what Granny said. It's Granny. That's 100% a Black tradition, and I'm willing to hold down. I'm willing to hold that down. Now, of course, I stop at abuse. Like, I'm not about to sit here and allow or aid and abet Granny abusing you. I'm not going to do that. But if your grandmother tell you to shut up, shut up. If your grandmother tell you to go cut the grass, cut the grass. If your grandmother tell you to go sit down somewhere, sit your ass down somewhere. That's Granny. And that goes for grandma and grandpa. Fuck is you niggas talking about? Y'all niggas are so ready to argue with the elders for what? Do you know that there's like 12 different ways for you to call somebody out without being disrespectful? So you can't wait to call your granny, your auntie, your uncle, somebody older than you feel me, a liar. For what? That makes you feel good? You being combative with your elders? Or you can be like, yo, auntie, grandma, grandpa, that's not true. This is what actually happened. And being able to talk to them. Like, why are y'all making, this is what I'm saying, y'all, you don't want to be able to correct a lie. You just want to be able to call them a liar. That's what they said. Not being able to say a liar is lying. That's what y'all want. Y'all just want to be able to pop it to your elders. Because y'all don't have any reverence for them. You have no respect. You have no reverence for where you came from. How many times did you lie, motherfucker? How many times did you make a mistake and misspeak? But you can't wait to jump on your granny back for being wrong about some shit? What is wrong with you niggas? Changing your clothes because Uncle Molester is over. Whoa. Whoa. All right. Okay. I see what we're doing here. So what we're doing is making synonymous all of the terrible things that has happened in our communities, because I'm never going to act like the Uncle Molester does not exist. That's not a tradition, though. It's not a do y'all know what traditions are? Like, I don't know if y'all actually understand the context of what a tradition is. It's not a tradition to have a molester in your family, son. Like, what? That's not a tradition. That is a motherfucking travesty. That's an atrocity. That's fucked up. Anybody who had an uncle molester in their family, man, my heart goes out to y'all, man. Boys and girls, man. And if your family was the type of family to try to police you instead of fucking being on the back of your motherfucking molester ass fucking uncle, I also feel for you, man. That's 100% wrong. Fuck that. In my family, we would have packed that nigga the fuck out. You dig what I'm saying? But no, not a Black American tradition, man. Sorry. And in the same way that I was able to slightly defend the whole liar thing and the lying thing, no. There's no defense. If you are a molester, if you are touching on the children, the family members, period, if you're molesting anybody in the family, you are scum of the earth. Excuse me, y'all, sorry. You are scum of the earth. And shit, if you ask me, so you need to be castrated. Ain't no excuses for that. If that's not a Black American tradition whatsoever, that's one. And then two, if you did endure that, my heart goes out to you, and I do not stand with that. And that shit was absolutely wrong, and your family should have had your back. They should have had your back. Changing your clothes is not going to stop a molester from molesting, especially because the clothes is is an afterthought. They're gonna rip them shits off and get to what they want to get to regardless. So no, we don't play around with the molesters. We don't play around with the childhood abuse. We don't play around with sexual exploitation. And I know that has happened in the community, but that's not a tradition. That's a travesty. That's a tragedy. We're not even about to conflate those two. Not a tradition whatsoever. All right. Eating black eyed peas and cabbage on New Year's Day. Here we go. Finally. Finally, an actual black tradition. Okay. Coach don't want to eat black eyed peas and cabbage. Okay. You don't got to. All right. You don't got to. I ain't mad at that one. Black fathers dehumanizing and being toxic towards their homosexual sons. Good Lord Almighty. This is just projections at this point. This is them, projecting whatever bad experiences they may have had in their family and putting it out there as a black American tradition. That is some bullshit, chat. Bullshit. No. Sorry. That is not a tradition. Black fathers traditionally didn't dehumanize their son just because his son was gay. Nah, man. Now, was the father against homosexuality? For sure. But dehumanizing his son based upon the homosexuality? No. It's not a tradition. I will say that heterosexuality is a black American tradition. As a matter of fact, fun fact, that is a human tradition. Being heterosexual is a human tradition. There's not a soul breathing. There's not a person walking this earth or have walked this earth that didn't get here through heterosexual sex. So, heterosexuality is 100% a black American tradition. But dehumanizing your gay son is not. You know what I'm saying? Next up. Posting too much trauma on Twitter instead of getting therapy, apparently. That's a fact. No, that's a fact. All right. That's exactly what they're doing in these comments. Let's see. No snitching philosophy. Okay. No snitching. Okay, I'm with that. Wouldn't call that a black American tradition, but it's popular enough. I think it's popular enough. See, all of the other ones, like dehumanizing your gay son and the molesters and shit like that, that shit 100% happens, but it don't happen on the grandest of scales. The no snitching shit is actively right now impeding on murder investigations in high crime black areas. You know what I'm saying? So I will say that. You gotta be able, if you are a civilian, you cannot snitch. There's no such thing as snitching. So, see, and that's the reason where it gets tricky. You're only snitching if you are a fellow criminal telling on your fellow criminal about the crimes y'all are committing or have committed. Now, when it comes to that, you're just not an honorable person in the eyes of the criminals or the underworld that you are operating in. And however they feel about you is however they feel about you. But we don't want to conflate snitching with civilians being civilians. And civilians going to the police after they've seen your dumbass commit a crime in front of them. Yes, officer, he was wearing a red hat, Ralph Lauren, with a golden horse on it. He had a shirt that said Hotep on it and a gold chain, headphones. Yeah, man, like that's what's supposed to fucking happen, son. That's what's supposed to happen. So, I get it because I have seen how people who are not criminals adopt this same ideology and impede on criminal investigations and shit like that, not cooperating with the police. I get all of that. So this one, we're not gonna say it's a tradition, but it has permeated enough. I wouldn't call it a tradition though. Chitlins at Thanksgiving, I rebuke you, devil. I rebuke it. All right, it's chitlins, hog maws, and all of the scraps, Black American tradition. Unfortunately, chat. Unfortunately, I am not one of those people who consume these shits. I've never had a chitlin in my life. I will never forget it. I came into my granny crib one day. This is when I had my 4 eyes. You feel me? I was in school trying to look studious. So I was trying to get the cops off my trail. So my mom's, we went to the eye doctor. I got my specs. You feel me? I'm in there with my 4 eyes, getting my study on, getting my studiousness on. And I'll never forget it. I was coming out of, I left school, and it was, I come to the house, and I walk in the house, and steam just steamed up my glasses, chat. They steamed up my glasses, and followed by the steam was this pungent odor that I've never smelled before. This is in 2003. I was 13 years old. First time that I ever remember, at least, smelling this smell. So I go in, it's my granny house. So I'm in, shit, fog up my glasses. I wipe my glasses and shit on my shirt. Going towards the kitchen, I'm smelling this nasty ass smell. I go in there, and it's my grandmother, son. My granny, I love her. Rest in peace to my granny. She is cooking chitlins, bro. And I will never forget that motherfucking smell, son. It is ingrained in my brain, inside of my spirit and my soul. I will never forget, chat. It was so nasty. The shit smelled like burnt rubber and like the shit was so gross. Like burnt hair. And at this time I'm not even knowing this is intestines. I just know chitlins is chitlins. That's all. I didn't even know what chitlins was. I just knew chitlins were chitlins. And my grandmother was fucking them chitlins up, bro. She cooked them, served it to her husband. And they throwing hot sauce on that motherfucker and just eating pig intestines, bro. And I'm like, nah, son. Having a grand old time. I was like, oh yeah, never. So I've never eaten chitlins. I smelled it, never eaten it. I did have pig feet as a kid, heavy vinegar and all that other shit. Stopped eating that. I stopped eating pork years and years and years ago. I stopped eating pork before I stopped eating chicken and turkey and beef. But yes, son, I had pig feet before, can't lie. But never chitlins. So yeah, we can get chitlins out of here. We can get all of the scrap foods out of here. This is one that's actually a tradition. This one checks out. Okay? No more chitlins. I agree with Sticky Verse Gaming. What we got next? Not putting your kids on your credit card to increase their credit unless you also have credit card. Poor credit, excuse me. Let's see what chat's saying. Chat is saying, I'm here. I'm late, but I'm here, Hotep and Bill. Shout out to Chad. Sammy says, pass that thing down generation. Shout out to my hetero. Yeah, that's a fact. Shout out to the heteros. Dude, I've been smelling them since 4 years old. My mom and dad loved them. 1996. I hate them. Man, Jason, I smelled it that one time, and I'm pretty sure that any time that I learned my grandmother was cooking chitlins that night, bro, I was not around, brother. I was not around. You not giving up bacon is your choice. That's your choice. I've given up pork years ago. That was the first meat group pause that I gave up. I did it in increments. I left I left North Carolina and moved to Philly. And if you know anything about Philly, that's like the black Muslim Mecca. So giving up pork was like the first thing that I did when I moved to Philly. After that, it was, what was next? I want to say it was beef after pork. Then I gave up turkey, then chicken. Then I gave up fish, was completely vegan. Then went raw vegan. You know what I'm saying? No cooked food at all. And then now, and that was back in 2013, 2014. And now I'm just pescatarian. I just eat fish. I had steak. Don't tell Project Rook this, but I had steak on Father's Day. And this was after over a decade of me not eating steak. You feel me? And it wasn't nasty. You know, I enjoyed it, but I don't want to eat steak again. like halfway through the steak, I was like, I felt like somebody was gonna kick my door down. And was like, what? Put the steak down. Like that's what I thought. I've been off beef for so long. You feel me? Like I felt like I was like, man, I'm not supposed to be eating this shit, man. You feel me? So the steak was good, but yeah, man. Like I'm not eating steak again. If I do eat it, it'll probably be in another 10 years or some shit, man. But no. So shout out to the steak eaters. I know y'all going to eventually comment and be like, oh, steak for life and all this other shit. Yeah, not gonna go, back into that. I'm good with my fish, man. I'm good. I'm good with my salmon, mahi mahi or whatever the fuck. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. Y'all eating y'all bacon. Y'all eating y'all steak, your chicken, your turkey, all of that shit. Do your thing. All I know is that my Thanksgiving dinners can be made the day of. You feel me? Thanksgiving prep is like an hour or two, baby. We ain't got to do all of that overnight cooking and shit. Niggas ain't got to cook for 10 hours. You feel me? For Christmas and Thanksgiving. Motherfuckers is waking up that day. Ain't got to thaw out much. It don't take long for fish to thaw out. It don't take long for fish to be cooked. You feel me? We ain't got to fucking flame broil and put in the motherfucking crock pot for 13 days and all that. We ain't got to do none of that. You know what I mean? Clean up. Very easy cleanup. What else? Whatever you call it when we do each other dirty and instead of resolving issues, we let a little time pass and act like nothing happened. Again, not a Black American tradition. Wouldn't call that a tradition. I would say, though, if I had to critique it, right? It's akin. Not a tradition all of the way, but I can see how you would consider that. And unfortunately, chat, niggas have gotten soft over the generations. Now, I know that there are going to be people that be like, no, we're not soft. It's just that now we're able to express all of the things that maybe our aunts and uncles when they were our age or when they were kids, they couldn't express based upon the, just how rigid and strict it was in the Black households. And I'm here to tell you, so what? So what, man? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the net positive with all of this emotional shit. I have not seen the net positive of Black America being extremely emotional. I don't. I haven't seen the net positive. Motherfuckers being in their feelings all day, every day has not gotten us anywhere far. As a matter of fact, that same level of emotionality is what actually aids and helps and furthers the fucking over of Black America because niggas is in their feelings all day long. And if a motherfucker coming outside of your community, coming from outside of your community, is able to pull at your heartstrings, you are more easily corruptible and more easily susceptible to being corrupted. I say all of that to say is the reason why I kind of agree with this and kind of don't is that sometimes that's all you need. I remember I was it was a tweet. It wasn't even from a doctor or nobody, but it just, it stuck with me rather. And it was a woman, I believe. And she was saying how there's couples that was like, yo, never go to sleep, mad at each other and all this other shit. And it's like, she was like, do you know how many times an argument has been resolved or wasn't resolved or got worse just because the people arguing didn't get any sleep? And it made me rethink that shit. Like, damn, how about motherfuckers just shut the fuck up for a little bit, collect themselves, don't fly off the handle emotionally, and then able to, address the situation or move forward with the person without addressing it at all. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with that? Unless the shit is actively still bothering you, if we had a back and forth, I say A, you say B, and we disagree, it gets a little heated, you feel me? We both, instead of keep yelling, we both shut the fuck up, we stay quiet, and we just let time pass. And the next time we talk, we good. And whether the time passes the next morning, the next week, the next month, the next year, we let time pass, and we're over it now. What's wrong with that? That allows you to have regulated your emotions on your own time. But again, we have to remember when we're talking about this shit, it's about responsibility. People don't want responsibility. You don't want the responsibility of having to regulate your own emotions. Because when people hear stoicism, they think void of emotion. When I say stoicism, I mean the regulation of your emotions, meaning that you're a human being. You're going to get mad, sad, all of that shit. Happy, you're going to feel all of the emotions, but it's up to you to be able to regulate those things. And you can't have your emotions run you. You have to be able to run your emotions. So I get it in instances where somebody has clearly done a wrong. And instead of approaching that situation and being like, hey, I gave it some time, I thought about it, I was wrong, I apologize for what I said, I apologize for what I did or how I handled it, and you just going on and ignoring it and shit like that, that's different. But if both of you were hot-headed, it's a subjective argument, nobody can necessarily be right, but you just wanted the other party to agree with you to feel right, and then y'all both shut the fuck up and move on from it, I don't see any problem with having to just like let that have been in the past, honestly. And again, petty arguments that don't mean any shit, don't mean anything, like, yeah, let them shits die. But there's so many people, again, that are so emotional that they would rather, be right than to keep peace or have peace. You know what I mean? And it's likewise the same way on the other end. Like, there's people who, instead of, admitting that they were wrong, they would rather just, keep this shit, fucked up and arguing. So I get it. That one's close, but no cigar. Next one, Keisha says, have your kids hug and kiss everyone. Not a Black American tradition. So we're not even about to address that. Big germaphobe over here. Don't fucking touch my baby. When my baby was born, don't touch my baby. They tried to take, open the blanket and be all in her face. I was stop. I ain't let people hold my daughter like that. No. Hell no. And this is fucking like family. Strangers don't even, what? Don't even look at my fucking baby. You kidding me? So no, not a Black American tradition, Keisha. Sorry. Forcing your kids you start working, I guess forcing your kids to start working at 16 and then making them pay rent when checks come. Again, not a Black tradition. Y'all are just projecting your fucked up childhoods onto the rest of us. That is not a Black tradition. However, we can address this. Now, I have seen examples, and it might be in my likes too. I've seen examples of this actually being a positive lesson. So these kids have chores around the house. They have requirements at school, whether it's in a actual building or homeschool, and they get paid for these things. Mowing the lawn, cleaning the inside the house, organizing the garage, dusting the attic, whatever the goddamn chores are, they do them. And they get paid, $1 here, $2 here, $3, $5, whatever. And then they are taught to, how to manage money, save money, think of the future, things like that. And then, they have to pay, quote unquote, rent. And then the parents use their quote unquote rent payments to invest in their future, to, put towards a particular, fund for them. Like if they wanted to go on a particular class trip or some sneakers that they wanted or whatever it is, something, simple for kids or whatever that they can manage. Giving them those types of real life skills to be smart with their money, I don't have a problem with. That being said, you relying on your child's income, it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, I do get it in particular economic standpoints, circumstances, but I will say that is a notch against you as a parent. Sorry. You got to be able to provide for yourself and your family as a parent. Your child did not ask to be here, and they definitely didn't ask to be a co-parent to you. They did not ask to front the bills with you. That's not what it is. But in situations like that, I've seen too many positive outcomes. Again, this started with kicking your kid out at 18. I have seen, not only in other cultures, but in Black American cultures as well, where people stay in the home until they get married. That's a fact. Because it's better economically. And it's better for, see, that this, they're talking about children in this one, so that's why I'm like, I kind of get it. 16 years old, I get it, you know what I mean? But when you are an adult and you are of the culture where you want your kids to stay, like my daughter, she's 21. Okay, I'm not pushing her out the nest or anything like that. I want her to be as financially stable as possible before she embarks on this stuff on her own. Facts. So I'm not one of those kick them out at 18 stuff. And I also don't, expect my daughter to help pay any of the bills in this motherfucker. Like, she's in charge of her phone bill and stuff like that. But I'm not relying on my daughter's money to pay rent around here. That's insane. Again, in a situation of being in dire straits, though, then it might have a little bit of adjustment. I gotta make more money, and in the meantime of me making that more money, I may need some assistance from my daughter. But that's dire straight shit. That's we're days away from eviction type shit, and I couldn't use any other avenue. But again, using the payment structure inside of the household is a great way to teach your children about financial literacy using real money and actual experience. So I think that that's an actual net positive. Now, putting it on the shoulders of a child to help pay bills, no, not so much. Not so much. When your child becomes an adult, you can work something out, you know what I mean? But I still think that the majority of the responsibility will always still fall on the parents in that regard. Like, if I were to charge my daughter anything on a monthly basis, I wouldn't even put it towards the actual bills. Like, I would just put it towards like something else. Like, I would invest it and make sure that money grew. I would buy Bitcoin with it or some shit like that. You know what I mean? And then just transfer, just give her the cold wallet, and that way she has her Bitcoin. But charging my daughter to live here, hell no, man. No. All right, so let's think. Only being 13% of the population, but accounting for 40% of the country's abortions. Again, not a tradition, but I understand. I'm against abortion as well. And being, representing almost half of the country's abortions is crazy. So I agree there. The nerve to think your children aren't worthy of explanations because I said so. Like I said, we addressed that already. What goes on in this house stays in this house. I highly disagree with it because if something hurts me deeply, I'ma tell it. Period. Ain't no secrets. See, again, y'all wanting to be able to pop off on the adults. Y'all want to be able to buck up against the adults and shit like that. So goddamn bad because again, there's no reverence for the generations that came before you. Something as immediate as your parents' generation. And listen, what happens in this house stays in this house wasn't so you could, as a parent or an adult, get away with whatever the fuck you was getting away with. Is because it is quite literally no one else's business. The issue that you have with your mom or your dad is not going to be resolved because you involved somebody else. Again, outside of cases of abuse and shit like that, you having an issue with your pops or issue with your moms and shit based upon their rules or how they're raising you and shit like that, like getting a third party involved is not going to help that situation. And you've only besmirched and made your household and your family look fucking ridiculous. That's what you want. You want to be able to embarrass your parents or embarrass your household. It's very emotional. It's very stupid. It's dumb. Again, if it's something, life-threatening like abuse or something like that, you need to call the fucking police. You need to call as many people as possible. But if it's just something that you disagree with your mom or your pops on, or you felt like your mom and your dad disrespected you with some stupid shit like that, then yo, handle it inside your goddamn house. Period. If it's not that serious, stop getting the fucking world involved in your house, man. So, yeah. All right. Same thing. Washing chicken. Who seriously does that? Anybody who eats fucking chicken. Wash your goddamn chicken. Yeah, that's it, y'all. So this is you know, the issues that we have. Let's see what my mentions is talking about while I'm here. Let's see what my mentions is talking about. See if anybody popping that. That bullshit. That's it. Shout out to Torin, man. I wish I could have made it to the space, but I'm currently holding my own space, man. We having a good time over here. All right, let's get to the archives, man. Let's get to the archives. Let's see what we got. So currently I was searching Marxists inside of the black newspapers and seeing what they was coming up with. Let's see. Magnum opus, Nagnum bonum. Never heard Nagnum bonum before. Pause. Market Street being looked at as Marxist is crazy. Wait, come up and see the boys at the Booker T. Washington. We are always open day and night. You are always welcome. Best meals and quickest service in the city. Yo, I wonder, chat. I wonder how many establishments, places, peoples, and things that were named at the Booker T. Washington, son. Like, I am extremely interested in that shit. What is this? Does this interest you? What the hell is it? What the hell is this? Evening classes in shorthand. What's this, chat? What does this mean? Does this interest you? If so, call 266 Morgan. Anybody in the chat, y'all let me know what the hell this is. I know shorthand is supposed to be handwriting, but what the hell? Come on, let's zoom the hell out. Why does they do this to me? So one of the things that I love is learning about just people that just got lost to time. Who is Frank Fowler Brown? The Lyceum Sketch Club presents Mr. Frank Fowler Brown, the handsome and accomplished young tenor, at True Reformers Hall, Monday evening. Shout out to the True Reformers. We talk about them a lot up here. All right. Never heard of them. Who else we got on this? Who is this? This is William Blue, musical director. Okay. Let's zoom out. The Dumas roller skating rink, open for children and ladies, and all new beginners in the afternoon from 2:30 to 5:30. Evening for ladies and gents only from 7:30 to 11 o'clock. No small boys allowed in at night. Strict order at all times. Open on Sundays. Oh, they was doing the grown folk thing at the night skating, huh? They was doing that slow dance. Them slow dance skating, you feel me? They was getting half freaky on the rink. No kids allowed. I ain't gonna lie, I just seen a video of a couple skating together in the skating rink, being as romantic as possibly can be. Like, I was like, all right, shout out to that. Who else we got on here? Who is this? Who are you? W.E. His last name is Officer. W.E. Officer. He's the manager. Okay. He's the manager of what? Oh, this is the skating rink. Okay. Lions Short Order Restaurant. Okay. Yo, I'm telling y'all, my research has gotten so lit now that I've added these black newspapers. I did not have these in my filters before, and we are learning a lot, G. We're learning a lot. I'm telling you, yo, what's going on? Why are we not loading? What we doing? What we doing? I'm telling you, it's really nothing to do 4 hours on the stream, son. Real talk, son. Like, it's really nothing. Where we at on time? 3 hours. Well, almost 3.5 hours. Like, we be going hard in here, son. Shout out to the chat, too. I got a chat. This is what I'm saying. Like, when I first started rocking, like, I want to say the first 2 or 3 streams, it wasn't nobody in here, chat. I was just in here talking to myself. Chat. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm glad that y'all in here rocking with me. How many people we got in here? 12? That's what's up. Shout out to all 12 of y'all. I know HJ gonna get on my body about this shit, pause, about getting on Kick. I have a Kick, too. Y'all be on Kick? Let me know. Would y'all rather me stream on Kick? Are we still good? Am I tripping? Yeah, we still streaming. Why is the screen frozen? Oh, Lordy Lord. Come on, son. What's going on, son? I don't know what happened, chat. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, what in the world is going on, son? I was looking up Marxist. I need to... All right, so... maybe I need to look up Marxism instead of Marxist. Yeah, let's do that. Let's look up Marxism. Marxism. Oh man, we was in here talking about a whole bunch, X. A whole bunch. Let's see. Okay, what's this? Gotta see what the title is first. One of my favorite cartoonists. What are you doing, son? Dude, this is a do's and don'ts. What's the don't? Hey, business before pleasure. Remember, save that romance until after office hours. Oh man. The CEO, the astronomer CEO should have read this one, Jack. All right, so let's see why they were talking about Marxism. By June, blah 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 blah. Anyway, man, let's see. Subsequent history proves the statesmen to have been a trifle previous in their rejoicing. Marx died, but the principles that took his name lived and gathered strength as history confirmed their scientific merit. Today, more than ever, before toilers throughout the world turned to them for guidance. Marxism has indisputably become the most dynamic and powerful political force of the 20th century. Surely a philosophy of puissant as Marxism has proved itself to be uh, deserving of the special attention of Negroes, of that body of our citizens which has the least to lose and the most to gain from social changes that destroy economic despotism. I can think of at least 5 urgent reasons why Negroes and Negro wage workers particularly should study Marxism. So which one is this? This is the Omaha God. So who? Okay, so what is this? Who wrote this article? Let's see. Gotta be careful. Gotta see who's writing this stuff. Who was pushing this? What year is this? 1946. Okay. And who wrote this article? Is this who? Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure. Okay. Is this who wrote this? Integrationalism versus radical nationalism. I think this is the article that's handling. That's talking all of this. Right? Am I tripping? Oh, no. Okay, I'm tripping. I ain't had to go all the way that far. Alright, so The Day Is Coming by Eric Haas. Who is that? That don't sound black. That don't sound black, chat. Who is Eric Haas? Let's see. Who's Eric Haas? Haas was of German and Danish ancestry and was born in Lincoln, Nebraska. He died of a heart attack, huh? So look at this. Sounds German, yup. So we had a German white man and a black newspaper pushing Marxism. No thank you. See? You gotta peep. So they was pushing it. Communism, extinction, its certain fate. 185,000 slain overnight by the angel of the Lord. What? Is this the Detroit Tribune? Because in the Detroit Tribune, I already knew it. So, I'm getting good, y'all. I'm starting to identify the newspapers just by typeface, just by font alone. I knew this was the Detroit Tribune. Now, in the Detroit Tribune, it was owned by this person, son, and it was all about like Christian Science or something like that. Like, and he would have like these types of like, look, the devil's traitorous Democratic Party and Herbert Hoover. Like, it was very fantastical. Like, look at like security from diapers to death. Like the headlines were so just out there, fam. I forgot the name of it, but it was like Christian Science or something like that. And it goes super crazy. Pakistan? That's crazy. So yeah, this is what I was saying. So y'all know how we do. Y'all give me y'all keywords. What should we look up in the archives tonight, chat? I was looking up Marxism before I tapped in with y'all. Give me some words. Give me some keywords, chat. Negro church prayer. When we put as much energy into the church's programs for improving race relations as we are putting into so many secular enterprises, we are going to get somewhere. The formula for human brotherhood is not found in Marxism, nor even a secular democracy, but in practical Christianity. The measure of our failure to improve more perceptibly of race relations is the measure of our failure in our attempt to climb up some other way. Okay. Okay. Memphis with the keywords. Let's get into it. Pan-Africanist? Ooh. All right, there we go. Pan-Africanism. Okay. Let's get into it. Memphis came through first. This is one of my favorite do's and don'ts. Stop wearing your motherfucking skull cap in the motherfucking street, nigga. Tighten up. Keep your hair neatly groomed, but don't lose self-respect doing it. You heard? Motherfucking win. This the 1952 do-rag. You heard? Alright, so let's go. Let's do it. We said wealthy. Let's see what we get. Teen Spirit is just stuck in my head for some reason. Ooh. So the Broad Axe used to have these wild campaigns against Booker T. Washington. They hated that man. They hated Booker T. Washington, bro. Let's see. Not very many books are found in the homes of the wealthy or representative Afro-Americans residing in Chicago. What? They wasn't reading? What were they doing? Within the past 5.5 years, it has been our good fortune to visit the homes of the vast majority of the wealthy or representative Afro-Americans of Chicago. Homes in which wealth, culture, and elegance abides. It has been our pleasure to permit our extra-large country feet to sink into Wilton and other expensive carpets and rugs, which cost from $3 to $10 per yard. Numerous times we have squatted down in richly carved upholstered chairs, which did not cost 1 cent less than $20 to $35, and we have sat on the edges of fine leather and red-covered Davenports, which would knock anyone's eye out for $100. Okay, super dope. Keep it on many occasions, we have listened to classical music flowing out on the midnight air from elaborately carved rosewood pianos and have rubbered up against the cream, the wealthiest, and the most fashionable representative Afro-Americans in this city. We have been presented to hundreds of lovely and beautiful ladies, many of them rigged up in low-neck dresses with long trails which reach clear across the drawing room, which were cut right down to the waistline, or so low that it often occurred to us that, quote, possibly the fair droves or angels have failed to dress the upper part of their bodies. Ooh. So the titties was tittying, the cleavage was cleavaging. You dig? I want to know what the fuck they talking about with these books, though. Yeah, so the women look good, the men look good, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so there we go. Of Chicago, for in every respect except one, many of their homes will compare favorably with the homes of the wealthy or representative whites, and sometimes surpass their homes in rich furnishings and in everything else, with the single exception that is the wealthy and even the medium class of whites believe in having plenty of good books and other interesting literature, such as magazines and so on, scattered throughout their homes, and many of the whites will deprive themselves of some of the comforts of life in order to fill their homes with fine books. Blah, blah, blah. What are we talking about here? While on the other hand, it pains us to say that quote. It pains us to say quote that with very few exceptions, we have not discovered scarcely any good and wholesome books or other solid literature in the homes of the wealthy or representative Afro-American Negroes residing in Chicago, where books can be bought much cheaper than any other city in the United States. The wealthy or the representative Afro-Americans, and I like the way they're making a distinction. Does not seem to comprehend the fact that good books impart an air of culture and refinement into homes which cannot become a part of those homes in any other manner. Okay, so rich niggas in Chicago wasn't reading. Very interesting. What's up next? Ooh, loses $110,000 after shots is fired at Negro. What? What the hell? Bugging. I'm pretty sure when Memphis said wealthy, he wasn't talking about this. Let's do entrepreneur. I know what he was trying to get some fire shit, and I feel him. I didn't. I'm not opposed to reading about how rich Chicago niggas wasn't reading. Wait the fuck up. Super racism? What the hell is that? I ain't never heard of super racism. Holy shit. What is this? Hold on. Let me move up and zoom back out. See, it won't let me do it with the mouse pad. Hold on. Let me zoom back out. What is this article about? Super racism double dose. Pray you become. I don't read Latin. Daily Bulletin. Hold on. It is fervently to be hoped that at the conclusion of this terrible war, super racism will be dead and buried beyond hopes of resurrection. We are told that there are some blessings in disguise, and if so, Hitlerish may prove to be such blessing if it reveals in all of its hideousness the dreadful specter of super racism, the super scourge of the world. Man, I'm not about to listen. I'm not reading nothing about super racism. Not tonight. We can read about super racism another night, bro. What? Super racism. Ooh. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the New Yorker. You know, like the covers of the New Yorker and shit. That's what that reminds me of. All right, let's because they not giving us what we want, Memphis. They hitting us with salacious bullshit, Memphis. The nation's wealthy widows? No. What is going on? All right. Let's see. Let's do wealthy Negro. It's 14,000, so let's narrow it down. Wealthy Negro. What we got? Okay, 248. Let's see, first one. White sues wealthy Negro for $100,000. Memphis Bank first tops million mark. Word, Memphis. Like, that's what I'm saying. We trying to see who had the bread, son. That's what I'm trying to say. Nah, we ain't trying to see none of that. No white man suing no wealthy black man. Give a goddamn about that. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Wealthy Negro shot and killed. Jesus. Lawyers who pass proves relationship to the wealthy Negro. All right. That's SD Redmond's article. I know that for a fact. Yeah, this is SD Redmond. This is the first article I read about SD Redmond. If he was suing for $100K, let's see. Let's go to the article real quick. Prominent Southerner brings suit for $100,000. Heart bomb against Baxter McCary, wealthy Negro whom he alleges has alienated his wife's affection. Startling suit causes sensation. What the hell? We blaming Memphis for this, y'all. He had me go back. A great sensation has been caused here by the filing last week of an unusual suit against Baxter McCary, wealthy Negro and prominent Mason, businessman and educator, by H.B. Varner, white editor of the Lexington Dispatch. So, hold on. What the hell? The Varners are socially prominent among Southern aristocrats. McCary is highly respected in a community where he has large property holdings. Believes conspiracy to mullet him back of proceedings? What? All right, let's just read it. Let's just read it, shall we? Hold on, let me scroll on back down. Editor of the Lexington Dispatch and head of the North Carolina prison board for $100,000 in damages on the complaint that McCary had ruined his domestic life and alienated his wife's affection. At the same time, Varner filed suit for absolute divorce from his wife for her alleged part in the affair. Oh, wait. The social prominence of the Varners, who stand high among the exclusive aristocracy of the South, has added to the sensational features of the case. McCary is equally prominent among his own people and stands high in the esteem of the general community, being accounted one of its wealthiest and most substantial citizens. McCary is a man of about 60 years old, well-educated, and of pleasing personality. He is prominent in Masonic and Methodist circles and has for years been a member of the board of trustees of Bennett College of Greensboro, North Carolina, a school conducted by the Methodist Episcopal Church. He lives in Lexington's most exclusive residential section, his residence alone being worth $50,000. Hold on, wait a minute. I was about to skip this one, Memphis. Hold on. You know where's Sammy at? You already know we gotta get to. Oh shit! Hold on, chat. Hold on. So the crib, what year was this? 1920. So the crib was 50. Let's say 50,000. 50,000 in 1920. How much was the crib? 50,000 was 800 grand. Oh, he had the mansion on him. What in the world? Hold on, we might have found something. Hold on. It is supposed that court action in McCary's case has for its basis a well-devised plan to extract from as much of his coveted wealth. Else the whites of the section would have followed the usual method of handling such alleged cases. Lexington is a prosperous town of about a 12,000 blah, 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 whatever. Is that it? Is that all they giving us? Is that all they are giving us about this article? Is that it? Oh, no. Is that all they gonna give us about this story? What, son? That's nuts. Son was smashing his wife and sued him. So if 50,000 was 800 grand, suing him for 100,000 means that he was suing him for 1.6 million dollars, bro. What? He smashed a white woman. Chat going crazy. That was like the old head in life who took Ray's watch. He had smashed Juice's white wife too. Holy shit, son. 1.6 mil, boy. That's crazy. Oh, man. Nigga was wildin'. He was wildin'. Oh, man. All right, what we got? We be having mad fun in the archives, man. The guardianship graft. I know they was talking about how them white people was pushing that guardianship shit when it came to people striking oil, being like, "Oh no, we'll take care of it. We'll be in charge. We'll help you run your money." And when I say help you run your money out of your pockets into mine. Negro students lead a memory contest? Oh, they cooking us. They cooking us, nigga. Shit, man. I know they cooking me. Shit. Shout out to Hotep McCary. I respect your pimping. That's a fact. So yeah, a memory contest? That sounds fire. But I'm looking for the wealthy. The lynching bill, I know that's gonna be depressing. Wait, what? Negro woman, ex-slave, 131 years of age? What? Millie Mulligan, Negro, died here Tuesday at the reputed age of 131 years. It was learned today. Records in the hands of the family that owned the woman as a slave are said to establish her age at 131. She leaves survivors to the fourth generation, 6 great-great-grandchildren. What? Hold on. I gotta see. How old is the oldest one? Wow, that's loading up. Let's go back. 131 years old. Is that the record, chat? I don't know nobody else that live over 130. 131? That's got to be the record. That's got to be the record. Somebody look it up. My internet moving slow. Somebody look up the record. This woman was 131 years old in what year? In 1922, bro. What? Nah, son. When was this woman born? Somebody do the math. Come on, chat. In 1922, she died at the age of 131. What's 1922 minus 131? Dead ass math. Somebody do the math real quick. 1922 minus 131. How much is that? What's that? 8. Tell me what it is. 18 what? Somebody help me. I know I gotta wait a second, but yeah. Y'all let me know. How old was this? What? 1791. That's what I thought. Something like that. God damn, son. That's crazy. That's crazy, son. That's gotta be the record, son. She damn near voted for George Washington. Is hilarious, son. Hold on, Chad. I gotta screenshot this. This shit is crazy. 131 years old? In 1922. She was born in 1791. I love the archive so much, yo. I'm telling you, yo. You can't get this nowhere. Millie Mulligan. The oldest woman in the world as far as I'm concerned. The oldest woman in the world. What's the record, chat? Somebody look it up real quick. What's the record for the oldest person? Longest years lived or whatever, however you want to notice it. My screen is frozen. I don't know what the hell is going on, so you got to bear with me. Yeah, she saw 2 turns of the century. That's wicked. That's crazy. That's crazy. 131 years old. All right, let's do entrepreneur. The Constitution was ratified in 1790. There's a dude Sylvester McGee who said he was 130 years old in 1971. He was an ex-slave also. Wow. Damn, that's crazy, chat. Memph, you blew my mind with that, son. The Constitution was ratified in 1790. And she was born a year after that. And then there was a dude named Sylvester McGee who was, wow. They say this white woman was 122 when you ask Google. The tech jump would have blown her mind. Hell yeah, because like so you make it to 100 and then you still rock out for 31 more years, son. Like yo, son, all right, you born in 1791. You make it to 1891 and you are 100 years old in 1891, son. Wow, son. Incredible. She saw 3-4 different types of Americas, bro. Like, that's so crazy. All right, entrepreneur got less results, so that's a good thing. I ain't gonna lie, chat. When I be seeing them fucking 5-figure results, I'll be like, God damn. Because, like, yo, when you researching, you kind of got to go through all of them. I mean, you got to have discernment, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Jury finds mother guilty, paddled school principal. Excuse me? Mrs. Bernice Smay, 37, was found guilty today of assault and battery on a Cleveland junior high school principal who admitted paddling and kicking her 14-year-old son. What? Municipal Court Judge Mary B. It was a Judge Mary B. Grossman? Withheld sentence pending a ruling on a motion for a new trial. The offense carries a maximum sentence of 6 months in jail and a $200 fine. Mrs. Smay was found guilty of beating James B. Fenwick, principal of Albert Bushnell Hart Junior High School last June 4th. That's my little brother's birthday. With a paddle he used to discipline boys in the school. Mrs. Smay contended that she acted in self-defense, but the jury of 8 women and 4 men found otherwise. She had been called to Fenwick's office at his request to discuss the lack of progress of her son, Dan, who was paddled and kicked by Fenwick some weeks earlier. Oh my God. So, just like a black mom, she went in that motherfucking school and beat up the principal. Gangster. Shout out to Bernice. I ain't even mad. Free Bernice till it's backwards, yo. Free Bernice till it's backwards. She was just doing what any mother would do. You gonna hit and kick my son. How about this? How about I beat your ass? Damn. Judge Mary B. Grossman, though, huh? I don't know. What year was this? Was this the 60s or something? What year was this? 1951. I was about to say, damn, I don't really think of a female judge during the early 20th century. Yeah, Bernice wasn't going. She wasn't going for that shit. Her son came home and was like, yeah, Principal, what was his name? Principal Fenwick whooped my ass, mama. She was like, who whooped your ass? Principal Fenwick. She was like, all right, we going back down to that school. And she whooped Principal Fenwick's ass. You hear me? Wasn't going for that shit. Was not going. Ooh, who's this? Let's see. This looks intriguing. Yo, I be in the archives all day. Who are these young ladies, huh? Twins? I mean, I guess they could be twins. I guess. And what is this story? Zoom out again, Hotep. Zoom out. There we go. The Miami Times. I've been fucking with the Miami Times. They've been having some good shit. Pictured above are Mrs. Ruth and Elizabeth Smith, attractive twin daughters of Mrs. Annie Smith of, damn, whole address, who recently celebrated their 19th birthday. So identical are these sisters that it is difficult to determine one from the other. Born in Miami, they attended Booker T. Washington High School. Of course they did, because everything was named after Booker T. Washington. I'm telling y'all, everything was named after Booker T. Washington. Oh, man. Yo. No bullshit, Memphis. I was kind of thinking the same shit. She do kind of favor Halle, don't she? She do kind of favor Halle Bailey. A little bit. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's this? From the Press by Archie Pinder. I know the logo is fire. The heading is tough. A bit about Barry Gray. When Al Goldman, I don't know who Barry Gray is. I'll learn about you another night, brother. We trying to get to the rackets, man. Me and Memphis on the hunt for the money, man. They keep giving us the funny shit. We want to get to the money shit. Where's the money at? We gonna do rich Negro. Fuck that wealthy Negro shit. We need riches. We need... Matter of fact, yeah, we playing around. We need to go millionaire. That's what we need. We need to go millionaire, Memphis. That's what we need. You feel me? That's where it's undisputed if they got the bread. Millionaires amendments will raise your taxes. Oh, golly, boring. Oh, I seen this. This is not a black thing at all. This is it's a Jewish kid. Yeah, he's a Jewish kid. His pops left him mad bread at 12 years old when he died, and then he ended up dying. Looking for the millionaires. Millionaire Negroes listed. There we go. Now we get into it. Hold on now. Who is this? Who is this white woman, Harpo? Dolly's Ebony Door has grand opening Saturday night. Is this woman... Hold on. Come on now. Who is this white woman? 1962. Should have known. The beginning of the end. Hold on. Who is this? Mrs. Dolly Hardwick greets first night's guests at Dolly's Ebony Door. She and co-manager Bob Tate are planning jam sessions every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Everyone is invited to stop in and have a delicious meal, plus some of your favorite beverages. What? Stripper leaves Herbie. Stripper Tempest Storm will file for a divorce against Negro singer Herb Jeffries. An attorney for Miss Storm said that they, quote, were just not getting along and decided the best way to solve the problem is to separate. What? No, I'm not over this. Who the hell is Dolly Hardwick? Bob was definitely... Hold on. Let's see if she still... Does her legacy live on? I gotta see who Dolly Hardwick is. They don't know who she is. Nah, I don't know. I know that face. I know what this face is. See, he's cracking that. I don't know if you know this, chat, but he was 100% cracking this. See, they call him a co-manager, but he was co-mingling. I know that. What was his name? Bob Tate? Yeah, nah. Yeah, Bob and Dolly was getting to it. Mm-hmm. First of all, she called her spot Dolly's Ebony Door. Nah. Nah. Mm-mm. I know what this. I knew who you. I know who you are, Bob. I know what you was doing. You was on the grill. That's what happens. He was in the kitchen, cooking that good shit, and she took a liking to him. Mm-hmm. You can't fool me. You can't fool me, Dolly. You and Bob had a thing going on, and you married to Mr. Hardwick. That nigga's last name was Tate. Your last name is Hardwick. Where's Mr. Hardwick at? Does Mr. Hardwick know you opened up Dolly's Ebony Door? Hmm? Yeah, nah. No. Mm-hmm. I know they was doing all types of haram. I know that. Okay, let's get to the Negro millionaires. Chicago, Illinois. Several weeks ago, Ebony magazine listed 35 American Negro millionaires in the survey of America's 100 richest Negroes. Okay, those top in the richest list were physicians and insurance company executives who attained fortunes exclusively from Negroes. Norris B. Herndon, president and majority stockholder of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company, headed the list. 5 performers appeared, including Mary Anderson, Harry Belafonte, Johnny Mathis, Lena Horne, Eddie Rochester Anderson. Mathis alone was named a true millionaire, whatever that means. Floyd Patterson and Jackie Robinson were the only 2 sports figures chosen. That's crazy. Nah, Chad, y'all not fucking with me, son. Y'all didn't see Mrs. Hardwick getting it on with Bob Tate? Come on now. You could tell. You could tell, man. You could tell. What's this? Cecil Salyer lights the fuse for explosive growth. All right, for sure. Heard you, Cecil. Looking for that dangerous type. Oh, y'all quiet in the chat because y'all be humping on white women, huh? Is that why y'all was so quiet? Y'all be humping on the white women? Come on, it's a safe space. Let me know. Y'all be humping on them? It's okay. Y'all can tell me. I'm only going to judge you a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. Yeah, y'all got awfully quiet when I was talking about Bob and Dolly. Y'all got real quiet. I'm letting all y'all know that. I peeped the silence. I peeped it. Memphis is crazy. He said, lead that to Uncle Hotep. Shout out to Uncle Hotep. Let's see what we got here. A Negro millionaire. It better be good news. I'm tired of Negro millionaire was killed in an accident. Negro millionaire sentenced to death. Like, come on, son. Give me some good news. A millionaire is rare. A Negro millionaire is rarer, and a Negro millionaire who doesn't even know or really care about the money is almost unbelievable. But such is what is the case of Johnny Mathis, whose exclusive story appears in October's Sepia. Here's the inside story of a performer who works for the love of his art and not for money. A man who earns over $1 million a year but has never owned a car or a home. The singer, the millionaire, Johnny Mathis's story is the greatest personality story of 1961. What, nigga? What the fuck was you doing with the money then? What was you doing with the money, Johnny? You only have a car or a home, but you was a million. What the hell were you doing with the bread? Hey, yo, wieners for 49 cents, lunch meat 39 cents, bologna 23 cents, ham, ground beef 3 pounds for $1, fam. Look at these prices. Look at these prices. Moe's Food Fair. Free with orange stamps with any $5. Oh, wow. So that's all they gonna say is that he didn't buy a crib or a car. That's it. That's all they had to say about him. So this was just an ad advertisement for us to read the magazine. Lord have mercy. See, look, Negro millionaire dies in Houston. Can we talk? Can we learn about the money first before we start hearing about niggas is dying? Niggas is rich. Negro millionaire loses $75,000. Like, what is happening, son? Salacious sensationalism. A millionaire that time with those prices is crazy. Yeah, that's a fact. Let's see. The bombing occurred within 2 weeks of the two other bombings of a Negro millionaire's home and a Negro lawyer's home. What? Last Sunday, a person or persons unknown threw 15 sticks of dynamite into a church where 400 Negroes were attending. Whoa, my goodness. I just wanted to learn about some rich niggas, man. That's it. Let's see. The McDonald building erected by Negroes is owned by Gooseneck Bill, a Texas Negro millionaire. This is in the downtown section of Millam Street, and Negro doctors, lawyers, barbers, and other businesses occupied. There are two Negro hospitals, St. Elizabeth and the other with 60 beds. I visited the latter. I had the pleasure of going through the office of the Informer. It is modernly equipped and gives employment to about 65 people. The Informer has a group of 5 newspapers. Okay, so let's look him up. Gooseneck Bill. Who the hell is Gooseneck Bill? Sound like a cowboy. Gotta look him up. Gooseneck Bill. Never heard of him. We might have to tweet about him. Let's see. Man, he got 34 hits. I wouldn't even think it was gonna be that many. Texas political history. Bill McDonald, a CUNY lieutenant, if memory serves us correctly. All right, so this is the okay. Gooseneck Bill. Heard you. That's crazy. I ain't never heard of Gooseneck Bill. Jim Crow dinner off. Alter plans when hotel bars race. Wait a minute. Woman neck is broken in auto accident. No, that's not what we were looking at. Campaign dope. Gooseneck Bill is sore at GOP. What did he get rich from? William M. McDonald. Negro. Stated that the most vicious, relentless, un-American, unjust organizations in America today are the Ku Klux Klan and lily white Republicans. Didn't we just talk about them earlier? And that was in what year? 1928. Lord knows. That's what we gonna do. Cause I want to read some success stories. I ain't gonna keep dealing with this salacious shit. Hold on, son look like Forrest Whitaker from back here. He look like Forrest Whitaker from afar. I ain't gonna lie. How many? I know Pinchback made it to Wikipedia. I don't know about Charles W. Anderson. Never heard of him. T. Thomas Fortune. I knew his picture before I even seen his name. Samuel P. Hurst sounds familiar, but I don't think I know him. All right. I hope the Clippers are seeing all of this shit. We have found some dope stuff tonight so far. She wanna Mike Tyson blow to the face. So he was a politician. Okay, we got that part. All right, so what we gonna do is this is how we gonna do it. We gonna do. Yeah, we could do Negro success. It's fine. What happened to the S? She wanna Mike Tyson blow to the face. Yo, y'all really just be in the archives with me. This shit is so fun. Negro musicians. No, thank you. All right. What's this? I love a big photo now. Who we taking pictures of, chat? Who this? Oh, this looks military. What's this? In that thrilling and inspiring book entitled "The American Negro and the World's War," these are World War. Dr. Emma J. Scott. That is Booker T. Washington's second in command. That was his right hand man, Emma J. Scott. I think he got a little bit boule. Wait, number 8 is W.E.B. Du Bois. Sure enough, wait. This look like old W.E.B. Du Bois, or this look like young W.E.B. Du Bois. Hold on, let me see who's number 7. Number 1. Okay, let's zoom out. I look crazy. That's crazy. Number 7 and number 8 look like the same dude, just at different times in their life. Who's number 7? Number 7 is Judge Robert Terrell, the only Negro judge appointed by the president. Now, was Judge Robert Terrell related to Mary Church Terrell? You see, it was purple before we even got here, chat. Who's a black woman, by the way? Yo, no. I know, because Mary just reminded me. I want y'all to see this, and I want y'all to I want y'all to let me, if y'all dead ass think this man was black, because this the first Howard University president. Real shit, son. This man right here, Mordecai Johnson. That's his name. Hold on, give me a bigger picture, Google. Come on, y'all gonna do me like this for real? Son, this man is black to y'all. Like, listen, I know, but does this man look black to y'all? This man. This is supposedly a black man. The first president of Howard University. This man right here, Mordecai Johnson. Come on, son. I'm not going. Nah, son, not even half, Jason. Not even half. This nigga, he gotta be only like 1/8 Negro. This can't be a black man. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that Mordecai. Listen, man. Did I Google him? Who was daddy? Let's go to his wiki. Cause both of his parents got to be biracial or some shit like that, bro. I don't want to hear it. I ain't never seen no mulatto look like this. And we just watch Sinners and Marriage. Like, nah, son. Both his parents were former slaves. His father was Reverend Wyatt J. Johnson, a preacher and mill worker. His mother, Caroline Freeman, a domestic worker for one of the prominent families in town. Nah, Brody. They trying to tell me that this man's parents were slaves. All right, man. Okay. I mean, yo, man. Both, it says to parents who were former slaves with an S. So unless you can have 3 parents, which I don't think you can, both of his parents were slaves. Both of them. Now, don't get me wrong. They was, enslaving mulatto people all the time. As a matter of fact, chat, I'm going through the independent research that I'm doing for one of my clients, and the particular thing about what he wanted me to look up, it was something about mulattoes. You know what I'm saying? I created my own client privilege, so I don't talk about everything that I do. But one of the things that he wanted me to look up was mulattoes, right? And now we all know, yeah, both of his parents could have been mixed, right? And that's what I was about to get into. So one of the things that people don't know is that slave owners would make indentured white women marry enslaved black men and then have as many children as possible, and they did it in the name of, if she's a slave, then the babies are a slave. Now, of course, she was an indentured servant. She wasn't a slave. It was 2 different things. But they basically used those unions against them. So this white woman, who's completely white, both parents is white, the slave owner, who also had servants, she was an indentured servant to the slave owner, would make the white women and the black men have babies. And those kids would be enslaved. So if 2 mulatto kids have a kid, and they're slaves, because it did say 2 former slaves. It didn't say 2 former all black slaves. That's not what they said. So you're right, Memphis. Both his parents could have been mixed. But geez Louise, man. Would have threw me and him. I would have been, the meme. Oh yeah, breeding. Yeah, that trust and believe. They was breeding like that's how they. Yeah, 100%, 100%. One would even argue, Memphis, how I be, bragging about big families and shit. One could even argue that the behaviors of having a lot of children also had to do with slave owners, making them reproduce. You know what? I think I could look it up. Let me put y'all on. You know what I'm saying? Let me put y'all on to one of my websites that I be going on. Why is it? I just wanted the regular JSTOR. There we go. JSTOR. This website right here, chat. This is the spot. This is one of my spots. You feel me? This is one of my spots that I go to. You know what I mean? Handle this website with care. You feel me? Like this site is where it's at. This is it. Here we go. Hotep history. Let's log in. This website right here, chat. If you want to get your research on, this is where you go. This is one of the ones you go to. I be putting y'all on. See, I'm not one of them gatekeeping ass niggas. You feel me? Because there's millions of different results. Yeah, you knew that they bred black men and women, but never thought that they did it with white women and black men too. Hell yeah. There was an entire system, a marriage system called placage back in the day. Let me show y'all that. Yeah, in the colonial era. Placage is a recognized extra-legal system in French slave colonies in North America, including the Caribbean, by which ethnic European men entered into civil unions with non-Europeans of African, Native American, and mixed-race descent. That's a fact. They were called left-hand marriages. They were quote-unquote unofficial, but I mean, at the end of the day, what makes it official? You know what I mean? We was having these lifelong bonds with these women. Hell yeah, man. There was all types of mixing going on, man. All types. Look at this. Look at that. Light skinned woman, white man, and their mixed kid. You feel me? Always been a thing. Always been a thing. But JSTOR is that work. JSTOR is that work. If y'all want to get y'all research on, this is where you're going to get your academic papers. And they go all the way back. They got results all the way, you know, dating back to the 16 and 1500s. Like, don't get me wrong. You can get your primary sources from here. So, you know what I mean? I don't be using Google. Like, I only use Google to corroborate, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I be using Google to see if that, like, when I look up a particular person like Judge Robert Terrell, you know, I want to see if he was related to Mary Church Terrell, just because their names were spelled similar. She was of prominence. As a military man, I'm pretty sure that he was prominent too. You know what I'm saying? I'm more, yeah, that's, I be all over the place, y'all. So Mary Church Terrell, that's what we was talking about. But what was his name? Judge Robert Terrell. They gotta be related. They gotta be related. See, I use Google to corroborate. Here we go. October 1891, Terrell married Mary Eliza Church. Mm-hmm. So this is the wife. Oh, see, I knew it. We're going to get to that comment in just a second, Memphis. Hold on. I knew it. I knew it. The names matched. I already knew. So this is Mary Church Terrell's parents. So Judge Terrell and Mary Church had Mary Church Terrell. Yeah, see, look. Oh, wait. They had one daughter, Phyllis Terrell, and 3 other children who died in infancy. They also adopted another daughter, Mary. So she was adopted. Huh, yup. Oh. I'm wrong. This is, okay, I'm wrong. I got that wrong. So Judge Terrell and Mary Church Terrell are husband and wife, not father and daughter. Got it. But yeah, I knew there had to be some relation. Now, Memphis, you talking about quadroon balls, pause. But they would match black women and white men up. Really? See, man, they be always been playing these race games, man. I was seeing, when I was looking up mulatto, I was seeing quadroon a lot too. POV kilos in my back. Show of hands demanded. Professor J.R.L. Diggs warns Negroes against Taft's Southern policy. Hold on, what was I searching again? Negro success. Okay. Will Negro success curb racial discrimination? Mixed body has a meeting against bias. What's this? Oh wow. Look at this ad. So a man in the middle of the trenches of war jumps in to get his Murray, his wave, his wave grease. That's so funny that we was using Murray's in my day. The orange can, you better believe it. You better believe it, boy. I was putting that gook in my goddamn hair to wave my hair out. Oh, my fault. Yeah. The orange can all day. Yeah. The orange can all day, brother. Oh, there was an article I did want to show y'all. I'm gonna tweet it too. I keep forgetting to tweet it. You know what I'm gonna do, y'all? I'm gonna stop being so haphazard and have articles already ready for y'all. But A.G. Gadsden had, and this is what we're gonna leave on. We're gonna end on A.G. Gadsden. Gaston. I keep saying Gadsden, but A.G. Gaston, millionaire. POV kilos and my back. Where it's at. He wrote an article about how to be a millionaire. And he was talking cash shit on that motherfucker. Here we go. This is it right here, y'all. I knew I was going to find it. I'm a sleuther like that. Don't mean to brag. Self-made millionaire A.G. Gaston tells how to make money. Let's go. It's easy to make $1 million. That's how he starts off the quote, son. It's easy to make $1 million, says Birmingham, Alabama self-made millionaire A.G. Gaston in the January issue of Ebony, offering 10 rules for doing just that. Writing on how to make $1 million, Gaston says, making money is simple. Anybody can do it. It's a rule, just like a rule of nature. You do certain things and get certain results. Accumulating money is so easy, I'm surprised that more people aren't rich. He was talking cash shit. He was talking cash shit. What year was this? In 1963. Oh, man. Y'all ready for this article? Let's go. A Negro, Gaston says it's just as easy for Negroes to make money as for anybody else. Quote, if you have character and integrity and can produce, you can be green and still make money. Gaston himself started with $38 saved from a laborer's job paying 31 cents an hour in 1923 and began founding businesses to fill needs. A small burial society grew into the Booker T. Washington Insurance Company. Wow. Another business. How many businesses tonight have we heard been named after Booker T. Washington? He died in 1915. And look how many establishments were named after this man. Yo, listen, son, I ain't shit. Until I get a Hotep Doe-Doobs or Doe-Doobs, like I need Hotep Doobs restaurants. I need Hotep Doobs hotels. I need the Chateau Hotep. You know what I'm saying? Hotep Chateau. I need mad businesses and shit and schools and street signs, streets, motherfucking. I need mad shit named after me. This nigga got ships named after him, towns named after him, children. Name your child after me. Put Hotep in his name. Put Doobs. Put Doe. Put something about me. Put Hotep in his name. I need this nigga. Yo, Booker T. Washington, son. He was that guy, son. He was that guy. He was that nigga for real. But anyway, so he turned a small burial society, which is probably like one of the mutual aids. You feel me? Mutual aids where they come together and pay for people's burial expenses and stuff like that. Insurance companies. All right. Now celebrating its 40th anniversary with assets of more than $5 million. $5 million? In 1963, what? $5 million. Let's see. $52 million adjusted for inflation. Now, chat, keep in mind, this is one of three men who told Martin Luther King, bro, buy the bus company. We will help you buy it. We will help you buy it. I am worth $53 million adjusted for inflation, bro. We can buy a bus company. It's not hard, bro. It's not hard. Martin Luther King over there. Oh, I'm good, man. I want to push for integration. Like, what, nigga? For what? For what? So check this out. Before we get back to the article, and y'all, yo, listen, man. If you are a fan of my shit, you got to be a fan of my brain going all over these places. My mind be just moving. So there was a video that I seen. I forgot to bookmark it. I knew it was something that I was missing when I was on my Twitter going through my shit. But it was this young lady, and she was talking about the Hays Codes, or pretty much how the rules as far as motion pictures and shit like that in Hollywood. One of the things that they, barred was white and black people having romantic scenes together. You feel me? And the way she worded it was that black people weren't allowed to kiss white people. And I'm like, I get it. That's odd though. Like, why, like, would it not have been just as egregious if white people was like, yo, you can't kiss that black person? Could be just me being super, like, hyper sensitive to shit like that because of how I am when it comes to history. But saying shit like, yo, black people weren't allowed to kiss white people on screen, instead of saying white people weren't allowed to kiss black people on screen. Like, on screen. I don't know. Like, it felt weird. It felt very weird. Like, there's like droves of black people wanting to like kiss in the mouth a bunch of white people, and they just can't because the racist white people won't let them kiss up white people. Just felt really weird. I would have equally respected white and black people can't kiss each other. At least it's mutual there. But it was just like, these black people were just like chomping at the bit to kiss on white people, and they're not allowed. The Hays Codes didn't allow black people to kiss white people. And I'm just like, all right, I'm good. Memphis said WEB and Dr. King were on BS, respectfully to Dr. King. Yeah, man. Not gonna hold you. I was holding out. I'm gonna always have a level of respect for the elders, for sure. But I don't have to respect your politics. And I do not respect the politics of Dr. Martin Luther King, W.E.B. Du Bois, the Black Panthers. I just don't. I don't. It's all communistic. It's all socialistic. It's all shit that's gonna fuck Black America over in the long run. And as you can see, all three of those people's political ideologies fucked over Black America. Whatever their intentions were, whatever their fucking focuses were, they ended up fucking Black Americans. So again, I don't really care about intentions. People who know me the most and close to me, they know I don't give a fuck about intentions, bro. Like, as a side note, you know how motherfuckers will be coming to you with like they sob stories right before they ask you for a favor, usually money or a ride or some shit like that. I promise you, when it comes down to me, there is not a sob story on earth you can give me that is going to make me give you something that I don't want to give you if I don't have it. And there's not a frivolous activity that you can tell me that will deter me from giving you money if I so choose to give you money. So you could be like, yo, Doe, I lost my job, my tire got flat, and and all this other shit. And if I don't have the money to give you, bro, I'm going to tell you no matter how fucked up your situation is. On the other hand, if I have the money to give and you hit me and like, yo, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro, I just want to buy me a bottle and buy me some bud, bro, so I could just fucking smoke and chill. If I got it to give you, bro, I'm gonna give it to you. Like the sob stories and shit like that and all of that, it does not matter to me. I give money to homeless people. I give money to my friends, my family. Like, it does not matter. The reason does not matter. You asked me for something, and if I have it to give to you, I will give it to you. If I don't have it to give to you, I won't. And nothing you can say outside of the request is going to change that. Fair? I think that's fair. All right, because I want to get to this article because we're going to close out on this article. Jason says, King had to push oppression. Ownership kills that idea. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing. They want you to think that you can't do both. You can acknowledge the fact that there is oppression happening. You feel me? There's oppression happening. Word to Joe Budden. There's oppression on the bridge. You feel me? However, you can also still buy the bus company. You don't have to choose one or the other. And that's always been my issue, even when it came down to W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. And Booker T. Washington agrees with me because the nigga went to W.E.B. Du Bois and was like, yo, fam, I know that you don't fuck with me like that, and I don't too much take, I really don't find you that great either, nigga. However, you got some influence. I got the influence. You feel me? Let's work together. Booker T. Washington extended the olive branch to the nigga. He did. Like, yo, whenever, because what happens is you had too many black Americans in the middle. You had black Americans who were uppity but also respected Booker T. Washington, and then you had people who come from the same backgrounds as Booker T. Washington but appreciated Du Bois's intellect. You feel me? So there was people caught in the middle like, yo, I fuck with W.E.B. and I fuck with Booker. You feel me? And they were caught in between that whole beef and shit like that. So Booker T was like, yo, listen, fam, how about this? You and I, we work together. Let's come to some type of, consensus, some type of solution so we can push black American advancement together. Whenever motherfuckers want to petition our help, me and you are co-authoring shit, working on, like, I'll do the preface of the book, you'll do the forward of the book or the introduction of the book. They fuck with the both of us, bro. Let's work together. He stuck out his hand, and W.E.B. Du Bois was like, okay, but I want this, that, and the third. I want to be able to be the leader. You can't be the leader. Everybody thinks you the man. I'm getting my name up. I need to get my name out there. And Booker T. Washington was like, bro, like, you worrying about pride. You worrying about yourself. And we trying to come up with a movement. You worrying about you being the front man or the face of the movement. Like, let's focus on the people. And W.E.B. Du Bois was like, nah, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm good. So Booker T. Washington was like, all right, well, fuck you. We not fucking with you. And then W.E.B. Du Bois goes on to create the Niagara movement in 1905. And then that shit failed. And then he came back around after he got the right white and Jewish support, came back in 1909. You feel me? Came back in 09 with the NAACP. And then, that took off. 6 years later, Booker T. Washington died. So, that's how that went. You know what I mean? Sammy says, yeah, Booker T tried to mend bridges with W.E.B. and Garvey. Yo, listen, that was another beef. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Nah, Sammy. Garvey died. Jesus Christ. Booker T. Washington died by the time Garvey came to America, bro. So unless he read about that, like, nah. Because I had to think about it. I was like, hold on, wait. Booker T. Washington died in 1915, and then Marcus Garvey didn't come to the States until 1916. So I don't know how he would have beef with W.E.B. Du Bois by then. But he could have, I don't know. I don't remember that, though. Unless you say, but even if he was talking about Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey having a beef, again, he died before Booker T. Washington died before Garvey even came to America. All right, let's get back to the article, y'all. I'm rambling. I'm fucking yapping. We 4.5 hours in. Okay. $5 million, which in turn became the hub of a network of businesses which are worth more than $2 million. Which are worth more than $2 million more than the insurance company's assets. Wow! So an additional $2 million. So Du Bois won. Did Du Bois win? Communism won. Cultural Marxism won. Oh man, I keep missing the damn call. My fault, y'all. It was a call that I keep missing. Damn. So did Du Bois win? Communism won, man. I can't say Du Bois won. I can't say he won. But if we talking about Booker T. Washington died. You feel me? So I'm gonna have to say just to answer it directly, yeah, I would have to say Du Bois won. You feel me? But yeah, man, I'm gonna have to say he did win. But the only reason I hesitate to say it is because anytime it was time, like anytime somebody detracted against Du Bois, they didn't go back on it. They just were just ignored. Like y'all remember when I was on stream and we talked about the tweet that I tweet of the people kicking Du Bois back in for shitting on Booker T. Washington right after he died. You dig what I'm saying? Like right after he died, W.E.B. Du Bois wrote some disparaging things about Booker T. Washington, and the media fried his ass up. But that was right after he died. But I mean, shit, bro. The NAACP still lives on to this day, but the National Business League lives on to this day too. So I would say W.E.B. Du Bois had more reinforcement generations after, decades later. Because after Du Bois, who was pushing communism, then you had the Black Power movement during the 60s that was pushing communism too. And then you got the cultural Marxists and shit like that. So that's why I say communism won. And because he was a communist, yeah, man. Unfortunately. Yeah. Let's get to this article. You know, made me sad, X. God damn it. You done fucked me up. Du Bois, I missed an important phone call. I was gonna put him on stream. Let that nigga know I love him. Damn, son. I wanted to put my boy on stream. Hopefully he call me back. I ain't see his call. Damn. Alright. Yeah, that's what, it's just, I see what you're saying, Jason. He says Du Bois never won in the traditional sense. He just had more time. Yeah, for sure. He had more time. But then also, like, communism and cultural Marxism did have a nice run. I mean, it's honestly continuing to have a nice run in Black American society, bro. And that's the reason why I'm like, him maybe not. But the bullshit that came along with his shit still lived on. For sure. And that's why I'm like, yeah, son. Yeah. Oh, son. So yeah, I would say that, like, just off the strength of how communism and cultural Marxism permeated even after their death. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, the National Business League and other Black organizations and associations, they lived on, but man, like, the way Black American culture has now become synonymous with with cultural Marxism and communism and shit like that. Like, it's just hard for me to not say like he didn't win the culture war. But I will say, winning the culture war means nothing if your doctrine is deadly. So even though he may have won the popular cultural war and shit like that, the results are still the results. You haven't seen any positive results of cultural Marxism, especially in Black American circles. Especially in Black American circles. You feel me? So when it comes to that, like, he won the battles, but he didn't win the war. So he won the cultural battles, but he didn't win the cultural war. Because we saw yesterday Black Americans owning land and doing all of the dope shit, you know what I'm saying, based upon the Booker T. Washington model of doing things. And as you can see, they're living lovely. As opposed to these modern communists, we showed them on stream where they're on timelines begging for money for groceries and begging for money for rent. So, yeah, one was able to finesse the people, but, you know, the other was actually giving you sound advice that would last the test of time. All right. So, let's finish this article. Man, yo, listen, X, the pros and cons of the Civil Rights Movement and the Civil Rights Act, I'm going to say net negative. It's very clear. It's very clear. Ever since those days, it has been downhill from there. Whatever, I mean, we can find good things throughout from 1964 to right now. We can find great things. Don't get me wrong. But overall, net negative. Net negative. And I can't wait till Chad's documentary comes out, because he is going to lay all of this shit out to bear. And I can't wait. I hope he lets me fucking have a watch party of that shit. I want to have that shit on blast. I want everybody in the world to watch that shit. You feel me? Damn, I miss my nigga Cole. All right. They include the Citizens Federal Savings and Loan Association, the Booker T. Washington Business College. So he named not only his insurance company, but a business college after him. The New Grace Hill Cemetery, the A.G. Gaston Motel and Restaurant, the Smith & Gaston Funeral Homes, the Vulcan Realty and Investment Corporation, and Citizens Drugstore, a Walgreen agency? What? Papered up. So he had 10 rules for making money, which he sets forth in Ebony. All right. Number 1, pay yourself first. So this is something that been one of the number one things. I've been hearing pay yourself first since I was a kid, and look, this shit is in what, 1963 we said? Pay yourself first. Take yours off the top. Pay yourself a salary. Set aside a specific amount of each paycheck as your money. Take that money out first and bank it. You'll be surprised how fast that money builds up. If you have $2,000 or $3,000 in the bank, sooner or later somebody will come along and show you how to double it. Money doesn't spoil, it keeps. Establish a reputation. Number 2, establish a reputation at a bank or savings and loan association. Save at an established institution and borrow there. Stay away from loan sharks. Number 3, take no chances with your money. Play the safe number, the good one. Take your time. A man who cannot afford to lose has no business gambling. When you can afford to lose, you seldom do. Never borrow anything that, if forced to it, you can't pay. Number 5, don't get big-headed. Never forget the little fellows. That's where the money is. If you stick with the little fellows, if you give them your devotion, they'll make you big. Okay. Number 6, don't have so much pride. Wear the same suit for a year or 2. It doesn't make any difference what kind of suit the pocket is in if there is money in the pocket. Oh, okay. So this is the old school rules here on how to build wealth. He not bullshitting so far. Number 7, find a need and fulfill it. Successful businesses are founded on the needs of the people. Once in business, keep good books. Everything that goes in the cash register doesn't belong to you. Also, typo, hire the best people you can find. Try to find a person who is worth more than you can afford to pay them. Worth more than you can afford to pay, then pay them. Bars. Number 8, stay in your own class. Never run around with people you can't afford to compete with. Ooh. Number 9, once you get money or a reputation of having money, which is the same thing, people will give you money. Heard you. Number 10, once you reach a certain bracket, it is very difficult to not, it's very difficult not to make money. Okay. How y'all feel about that? How y'all feel about the 10 rules of becoming a millionaire? How y'all feel about that? I think it was good. I think that was good. Chat says, Jason says, Booker T was black empowerment. Scared of whites music. Du Bois made them feel okay and comfortable in their racial superiority. Juan and Don, easy listening music. So check, Jason. While y'all answering me, because you know I'm ahead a little bit. I will let you know this. Like, when it comes to Booker T. Washington, it wasn't so much that he was scaring whites, because as a matter of fact, he would he was actually, as far as his detractors were concerned, he actually was called an accommodationist, meaning that he was actually placating to white people. At least his critics would say that, right? And the reason why they say that is because he didn't outright $1 million worth of game. And so because he didn't have a problem doing business with white people, as a matter of fact, he encouraged it. You know, in his Atlanta exposition speech in 1895, he told black people and white people, cast down your buckets. Cast down your buckets. You know what I'm saying? Stay your ass in the South. Deal with each other in every manly way possible. Stop being some hoes. This racism shit is gay. That's what he was basically saying. Like, being racist is gay. You know what I'm saying? And y'all need to work together. And Booker T. Washington made it very clear that, like, yo, son, if you got a skill or goods or services that you can, you know, parlay or use or sell, you ain't gonna really be dealing with too much racism. That's what he said. So he did say shit like that. Don't get me wrong. Like, he said shit like, yo, if you got a good product, racism won't even matter for real. Like, he said that before. You know what I mean? And of course, I agree and disagree. Like, trust and believe, there was enough jealousy and envy and racism to go around, even in the face of a successful black man and whatnot. However, if there were going to be bridgings of the gaps, it would be through commerce. It would be through economics. It would be through, you know what I'm saying, business and shit like that. So he is right in that. So anytime that we talked about that shit, it was like, we was talking about like the video that I made about Bowley, right? When I was doing my research on black towns. And the town leader was like, yo, listen, the reason why we behave the way we behave when it comes to white people is because white people don't, like, we don't come to white people when we need them. They come to us when they need something. So they'll call you Mr. when they, that's what he said, they'll call you Mr. all right when they need something. They ain't about to call you boy or Sam or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? They're going to call you Mr. They're going to call you by your last name because they need you. And they stood on that. A lot of the industrious black American ancestors, particularly the industrious ones, the professional and the commercial ones too, but particularly the manual labor, the vocational, the craftsmen, you know, your carpenters, your welders, your electricians, like the tradesmen and shit like that, because of the necessity of electricity, the necessity of infrastructure and shit like that, if a black man was great at what he did, they was 100% putting their prejudices aside and giving that black man some money. Not every white person, obviously, but that's the truth. Like, they wouldn't be saying this shit if it wasn't the truth. Like, what was the point of bragging about your town if it's being terrorized by white people and white racism? What incentive would you have to brag to the world that that's not happening? And not only is it not happening, these motherfuckers is dealing with us and treating us with the utmost respect. You feel me? So that's just how it was. And I do believe that. I've seen too many instances of Jim Crow era, Black Code era shit. Lunsford Lane was a slave and he had a side hustle, bro. Like, he snuck off his plantation to chop wood for people for 25 cents. You feel me? Like, there was white people in that town who, like, would rather have him break the rules of his plantation to work on theirs in the middle of the night to chop wood because they ain't feel like it. Like, it's commerce, bro. It's business. You know what I'm saying? That phrase is business is never personal and shit. That is, son. That's a thing. Like, again, back to my brother Rashad. On his space yesterday, they was talking about this video. Apparently, this white man pulls up on his pickup truck with a Confederate flag on his truck. You feel me? And the potential client of his was a black woman. So he pulls up to a crib with the Confederate flag, and she says, "No, thank you. I refuse the services," which is totally her right. She does not have to take his work. Me, though, I don't give a fuck about your Confederate flag, bro. Are you good at what you do? Did you come highly recommended? Do you have great rates? Like, are you a professional? I don't give a fuck. You could have been blasting a Hitler speech translated into English for all I give a damn. As long as the work you're about to do is not shoddy work and you're not about to fuck me over with price and shit like that, you can believe whatever you want. I told y'all the story about me going door to door and dude saying what he was saying about me, not to me, but about me to his friend. It's business, man. It's never personal. It's never personal. And that's why I got that from the ancestors. I got that from my OGs. You feel me? So, yeah, our ancestors wasn't like, they weren't worried about a motherfucker liking them. This is all about square business. You know what I'm saying? It was all about square business. Are you going to do right by me in this business deal? That's all that mattered. All right, let's get back to the chat. What we got? Serve to the classes and live with the masses. Serve to the classes and live with the masses versus serve to the masses and live with the classes. Jason, I'm going to polish that and steal it, brother. I'm a remix it a little bit. You feel me? I'm gonna put my two-step on it, but I'm taking that shit, Jason. That was fire. I got it. Yeah, classes and the masses. Yeah, I'm fucking with that. Shout out to Jason for the bars. Racism is gay. That's a fact. Racism is gay. Booker T. Washington. Hashtag cash down your bucket. Put that on a t-shirt and break the internet. I'm gonna throw that shit to Maj Toure. We're going to do a Hotep History Black Guns Matter collaboration. Not a collab, because I hate that word. I hate the word collab. But that's a fact, son. This might be our longest stream tonight. We 3 minutes away from 5 hours. That'd be crazy if I just ended the stream before I got there. We ain't going to do that, though. Memphis, you still with me, bro? You still with me in this motherfucker, Memphis? Talk to me. He was all over. Yeah, Jason. Not bars Hotep. That's Hotep bars now. Officially commandeered it. Mm-hmm. All right. So what else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Who the fuck is this texting me at 11 p.m. in the evening while I'm streaming? Oh, there we go. I was about to say, why I ain't load up? All right, so what we got? What we got? What else we got? What else we got? We got one last search for the night. We got one last search for the night. Let me go back to what Memphis said. Because he had said something else. He had said something else. Mr. X has said Pan-Africanism. I ain't gonna hold you, Brody, bro. Whenever I seen it, they was only talking about the Pan-African Congress and Pan-African issues and shit like that as it pertains to Africans. Excuse me. Not Americans and shit. Like, it was like W.E.B. Du Bois and shit trying to get people to fuck with Pan-Africanism. No fucking thank you. I'm trying to think, man. This is why I'm gonna have some shit pre-made or pre-loaded for you guys. You dig what I'm saying? Let's see. Oh, is Hotep still, now that I've added the 300 newspapers, is Hotep still a fucking cartoon? No. Oh, they don't even have the cartoons. Yeah, let's see what they got for Hotep now that I refined my searches. Black Banks. Yeah, you could do that. Let's do Black Banks. As old as Ptah Hotep, the Egyptian soapbox gas bag. What? Old Hotep would be surprised if his mummy case smashed open and he should wake up and find that we haven't changed a bit since his day. What's this? Skits of Solomon. I'm tight, y'all, because I got this new fucking light, bro. I got this new light. Check this shit out. But y'all can't really see it, son. See, it's all fucking bright and shit, but it says Hotep Studios. See that shit? Look at that. Hotep Studios. You feel me? Hotep Studios. We out here. I gotta do better. I'm gonna put it on a different backdrop or some shit. But yeah, and it gets super bright. Look how bright it get. You know what I'm saying? So Hotep Studios. Yeah, huh? You know what I'm saying? Hotep. I wonder how that shit look on stream. That's honestly why I turned it on. I don't know how to see how it look on stream. On my end, that shit look too bright to even be a thing. But, you know, we got the LED, we got the LEDs in this motherfucker, man. Negro Bank. Yeah. 1,000 results. All right, let's see what we got. Negro Banks and Banking Congress. Nashville's position as a center for Negro banking business, geographical position, the envy of the South. Ooh. Let's go to that list. What's that list? June 1st, 1908. Astonished the business world. Capital stock. Oh, wow. I learned about that from a multimillionaire who used to be an accountant back in the 70s and 80s. Take it and make it better, dudes. I got you, Jason. We gonna polish it right up. You know what I'm saying? That's just more history. You know what I mean? He was moving and shaking in the 70s and 80s. It's 40, 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these banks, yo. Shout out to Mr. X. Memphis and Mr. X be hitting me with the keywords. You hear me? If I can't rely on them for nothing, they gonna hit me with the dope keywords. Jason be hitting me with the dope commentary, as well as Sammy. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I fucks with y'all, man. My day ones in the chat, I fucks with y'all, cause y'all fucks with me, man. I really do appreciate y'all. So these are all of the banks. Let's go through them real quick. Let's go through a quick little. We're gonna run through them because we can't be here all night. We got Lincoln Savings Bank, Vicksburg. Heard of them? Provident Bank and Trust Company, Fort Worth. 1 Cent Savings Bank, Nashville. Solvent Savings Bank in Memphis. What else we got? Come on, goddamn. There we go. People's Investment and Banking Company in Birmingham. The Alabama Penny Saving and Loan Association. Capital City Savings. Delta Penny Savings Banks. Saving Bank of the Grand Fountain. This is what I was telling y'all about, y'all. This is the one I was telling y'all about, chat. The Savings Bank of the Grand Fountain United Order of True Reformers in Richmond. This is the bank that I was telling y'all that made, well, they their money during a bank run. Okay, so all of the white banks ain't have no money, but this black bank did. And the school board of Richmond, Virginia came to the black bank and asked them for help, asked them for funding. Can y'all help us keep us afloat? And they paid them, the school board, 6 figures, which of course adjusted for inflation was millions of dollars, to literally keep the entire city of Richmond school board afloat during the bank run. See what group economics can do? What else we got? The Sons and Daughters of Peace, Penny, Nickel, and Dime Savings Bank. The People's Penny Savings, Wage Earners Bank, Savannah, Southern Bank, the People's Bank and Trust Company, Bank of Mount Bayou, the People's Dime Savings Bank and Trust, St. Luke Penny Savings. I know about them too. That's Maggie. What's her name? St. Luke Maggie. Mac Walker. Maggie Walker. Come on now. Don't fuck with Dubes now. Come on. You know he know his history. So St. Luke, Penny Savings Bank in Columbus, Union Savings Bank in Vicksburg, Savings Bank of Knights of Honor, Mechanics Bank, American Trust and Savings, Nickel Savings Bank, Grand United Order of Galileans, Fishermen's Consolidated Bank, Isaac H. Smith's Bank. He wasn't fucking around. This is my bank, goddamn it. Hold on, now I gotta know. He wasn't fucking around. Isaac H. What was it? Smith? What was his last name? This is my bank, nigga. Oh my God, Chad. I've been in this motherfucker too long. I'm on this motherfucker 5 hours. Oh shit. Why is it taking forever to load up? It was Isaac. What was his name? Isaac H. Smith's bank. I told you the shit that we be looking at, you can't even Google it, bro. You can't even Google 95% of the shit that we be talking about. Oh shit, man. Yeah, it's not that. That's funny. My nigga Isaac was like, nah, this is my bank, nigga. This is Isaac's bank. Oh shit. Star of Zion, Banking and Loan Association, Capital Trust and Investment Company, the People's Savings Bank, the National Mercantile Realty and Investment Company, Afro-American Insurance and Banking Company, Savings Department of Tuskegee. So damn, Tuskegee had a bank in it too? He thought of everything. Booker T thought of everything. I'm trying to tell you. Unity Bank and Trust Company, Pine Bluff, the People's Bank and Trust, and the Boley Bank and Trust Company of Boley, Oklahoma. That was in 1908, Chad. 1908. And that was just a small list. That was a small list. That was a small list of them shits. You feel me? What was it, about 30? About 30 banks, something like that, close to that, something around there. And that still only scratched the surface. Oh wait, there was more. There was more. There was more. The Farmers and Merchants Bank, a Negro Bank at Houston, Texas, a Negro Bank at Tampa, Florida, a Negro Bank at Meridian, Mississippi. Wow. That's so fire, man. Sorry, y'all. I don't like yawning on camera. I think that's it for the night, though, ladies and gentlemen. This bank has a financial foundation as solid as the Rock of Gibraltar. I heard that, man. All right, so thank you guys, thank you guys, thank you guys, thank you guys for tapping in with your president, tapping in with your host, Hotep Dubes. I appreciate you guys for coming in. I'm a month away from being monetized on here, which also means I'm probably like a month away from being demonetized on here. So make sure you guys are supporting the work, supporting the channel, supporting the scholarship. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Subscribe right now. If you have not, subscribe right now. It does not cost you a lot, and prices are going up. They are going up. So you better get in before the prices go up. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Patreon.com/Hotep History. You get a whole bunch of exclusive content, including these streams and all of that. We got episode 5 of Hotep History coming out. I talked to my video editor just yesterday and today. It's a small delay, but we should have it very soon. So look out for that. We are streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming, around, the early evening time again. I love being able to stream for 5 hours and end at 11 o'clock as opposed to starting at 8 o'clock and only, and then having to stream, till midnight only for 4 hours. So, excuse me. I appreciate you guys. Understand, man, I can't do this shit without y'all. Jason said we need an independent black-owned credit union. That's a fact. That's a fact. So I appreciate you guys for checking out my streams, man. I appreciate all you guys who watch the streams after I finish making them. You guys are the best. Keep sharing it. Keep retweeting it. Keep liking it. Make sure you subscribing to the channel. What else? I think that's about it. Like I said, look out for the spaces that I got coming this week. Interviews and whatnot. I'm working. I'm doing my thing. If you have any requests, DM me. DM me about requests you would like to see on the show, like things you want me to research and all this type of stuff. We can make this very interactive. Thank y'all again, man, for watching. So, as you guys know, I say it all of the time. You can't have the future without the present, and you can't have the present without the past. We don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively affect our future. And as always,